Testing. Sound check. Audit check. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check. Sound check. Testing. Ano meron? Sige, sige.
Seven, 8, sound check, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The committee hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is now called to order. Let us all stand up for the invocation to be led by Committee Secretary Cheryl Lagrosas.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, you have placed us here to be in this position at this time to be a representative for your values to our nation. Direct their decision-making, their voting, and their solution-seeking, and their conduct as a legislator. We pray, that you would give them the insight, godly wisdom, and discernment as they approach the day. Fill them with your Spirit. We submit our will to yours, God. Be glorified in all we do. In the name of Jesus, amen. In the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. National Anthem.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng sinanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng luwalhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo, aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Pwede na po tayong umupo. We will now proceed to the roll call of the members. Do I hear a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll?
Sir Chair, I move that we dispense with the calling of the roll.
Any
Thank you, Mr.
second?
Chair.
Duly seconded, the motion. Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, sa ating mga kagalang-galang na mambabatas at sa ating mga panauhing ngayong umaga. Salamat po sa inyong pagdalo. Maraming salamat po, Madam Vice President, sa inyo pong presensya ngayong umagang to. Bago po tayo magsimula, I would like the Committee Secretary to recognize our members and guests for today, as well as the invited resource person. Comsec, could you please recognize them now?
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Recognizing, of course, our Chairperson, Honorable Joel R. Chua from the 3rd District of Manila. Our Senior Vice Person, Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. from the 6th District of Manila. Honorable Romeo M. Acop, Vice Chairperson from the 2nd District of Antipolo City. Honorable Arnan Panaligan, 1st District of Oriental Mindoro. Honorable Jefferson E. Conghun, Vice Chairperson from the 1st District of Zambales. Honorable Ernesto M. Junicio, 1st District of Manila. Honorable Joseph Jojo Lara from the 3rd District of Cagayan. Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores, 2nd District of Bukidnon. Our member and also author, Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano, 2nd District of Manila. Honorable Francisco Paulo P. Ortega from the 1st District of La Union. Honorable Charis Ann Hernandez from the Lone District of Calamba City. Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez from Party List 1 Rider. Honorable Loreto S. Amante from the 3rd District of Laguna. Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano from Party List Abang Lingkod. And Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Franz L. Castro from ACT Teachers Party List, Your Honor. Moving on to the resource persons, we now recognize the presence of our Honorable Sara Zimmerman Duterte from the Office of Vice President. From the Department of Budget and Management Legal Service, Undersecretary Attorney Sarah Jane C. Abuel. From the Department of Budget and Management as well, Assistant Director for Legal Service, Rosemary D. Pagala. From DBM, Office of the Secretary, Department Relation Unit, Mr. Mark James S. Evangelista. DBM Assistant Secretary for Budget Preparation and Execution Group, ASEC Mary Ann Z. De La Vega. Undersecretary for Functional Group, Head of the Budget Preparation and Execution, USEC Rolando U. Toledo. We now recognize our resource persons from the Commission on Audit. State Auditor, Audit Team Member for the National Government Audit Sector, Ms. Sarah Jane E. Fegalan. Commission on Audit, Legal Affairs, Attorney 6, Mr. Erwin E. Lapitan. Commission on Audit State Auditor, Mr. Fahad bin Abdul Malik Tumawis. Commission on Audit, Ms. Silene May L. Del Campo. And Commission on Audit, Attorney 5 on Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office, Ms. Gloria A. Camora. That's it for our resource persons and members, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I announce as well that we have 16 members in attendance and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Comsec. With that, we will now proceed to the next item. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I would like to read Section 29, Paragraph 1 of Article 6 of the Constitution. No money shall be paid out of the Treasury except in pursuance of an appropriation made by law. And Section 24 states that all appropriation, revenue and tariff bills, bills authorizing increase of public debt, bills of local application, and private bills shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives. But the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. In a democratic republic such as ours, governmental powers are divided among three branches. Power of the sword to the executive, power of the pen to the judiciary, and the power of the purse is assigned to Congress. The power of the purse directly affects the lives of the people. We, the legislature, assumes the role of formulating spending and taxing policies. Saan huhugutin at paano gagastusin? Ang gastusin ng gobyerno at ang buwis na ipinapataw sa mamayang Pilipino upang suportahan ang mga gastusing ito ang nagdidikta kung saan ito ilalaan na siyang nakakaapekto sa galaw at paglago ng ekonomiya. Ito rin ang paraan upang magkaroon ng income redistribution. May apat na parte sa budget process. Number 1, preparation. Number 2, legislation. Number 3, execution. And number 4, accountability. Habang ang ehekutibo ang naghahanda ng budget, tayo sa Kongreso ang nagbabalangkas ng batas ng budget. Implementation is with the executive at accountability ay nakalagak sa parehong Commission on Audit at Kongreso bilang parte ng ating oversight function. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, the power of the purse and the role of Congress does not end with the passage of the General Appropriation Act. Kailangan malaman ng Kongreso paano ipatutupad ang appropriation law para siguraduhin na maayos itong ginastos at nakamit ang mga targets or desired outcomes ng bawat ahensyang nalagak ng pondo ng bayan. We have to ensure that funds are spent solely for purpose for which they have been appropriated. Kabilang dito ang pagsisiguro na ang paggasta ay may tamang otorasyon ayon sa legal intent at purpose. Dapat panagutin ang mga ahensya sa pondong kanilang ginagastos. Kabilang na dito ang pagsisiyasat kung saan inaalam sa taong bayan mismo kung ang mga programang nilagak ng pondo ay naipatupad nga at nakarating sa kanila ang mga serbisyong pinondohan. Dahil sa pagsisiyasat kung nagagawa nga ng mga ahensya ang kanilang trabaho, ang Kongreso ay maayos na nakabalangkas ng appropriation law. Anong programa at ahensya ang dapat dagdagan ng pondo? Alin ang dapat bawasan at aling programa ang dapat nang ihinto? While existing laws provide the executive some flexibility in budget implementation, mahalaga para sa Kongreso na siguruhin ang executive decisions over the budget ay ayon sa intent and priorities set in the General Appropriation Act. Karapatan ng Kongreso humingi ng paliwanag mula sa mga ahensya ng ehekutibo ukol sa kanilang pinansyal na desisyon kabilang na sa pag-withhold, delay ng release ng pondo. Realign, transfer of fund mula sa isang ahensya papunta sa isa pang ahensya o kapag nagkaroon ng karagdagang utang. Effective budget oversight requires access to financial data that can be used to verify or validate agency reports. Sa madaling salita, importante sa Kongreso na sagutin ang mga katanungang may kinalaman sa paggamit ng pondo. Importante din na ang isang independent constitutional body kagaya ng Commission on Audit na may presensya sa lahat ng government offices upang matulungan ang oversight initiative ng lehislatura. Ito ang power of the purse ng Kongreso. There may be arguments of extending parliamentary courtesy to several high offices of the executive. But I ask this, is parliamentary courtesy more important than safeguarding the budget to ensure proper utilization and allocation than asserting the power of the purse? Is parliamentary courtesy going to answer for social programs needing allocation? Paano naman ang parliamentary courtesy na sagutin ng Kongreso paukol sa paghingi ng pondo ng isang ahensya at paggamit nito upang epektibong magawa ng Kongreso ang kanyang tungkulin sa proseso ng budget? With this, I now recognize the Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano of 2nd District of Manila for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My fellow House members, the general public watching the live streaming of this public hearing, mga kababayan, magandang araw po. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa liderato ng Kamara sa kanilang referral ng aking September 3 privilege speech dito sa Kapita-Pitagang Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Since that day, the Committee on Appropriations decided to reduce the OBP's proposed 2025 budget partly due to unverified claims about beneficiaries and strategic partnerships. Ang pagtanggi ni Vice President Sara Duterte na sagutin ang mga tanong tungkol sa kanyang panukalang budget at ang questionable niyang paggastos sa mga nagdaang OBP budget na sinita ng Commission ng Audit ang mga dahilan kung bakit tayo narito ngayon. She expressly rejected any questions about the OBP budget even before those questions were put forward. Her claim of leaving it to the House to do what it thinks is right is just a palusot, a smoke screen, a cover because she does not want to provide proof for the numbers she stated in her PowerPoint presentation. The OBP socioeconomic programs are supposedly for implementation in the National Capital Region only. The OBP budget do not indicate any allocation or distribution for the provinces. Mahigit 3 weeks na po mula nung unang OBP budget hearing. Pero hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin nagsusumiti si BP Sara o sino man sa Office of the Vice President ng solidong dokumento o detalye na magpapatunay sa mga sinasabi nila sa kanilang presentasyon. She expected us to take at face value the figures in her presentation when there is much reason for us here in Congress to doubt the veracity of the figures in the presentation. We have not seen any paper trail or electronic trail that would serve as evidence of beneficiaries and partnership agreements. Kung totoong may mga beneficiaries, imposibleng hindi mabalitaan na masino mang district congressman sa Metro Manila, lalo pa tinatayang 2 milyong beneficiaries ang nakinabang sa loob ng 2.5 taon at ang halaga ng pondo ay halos 4 billion pesos para sa 2022, 2023 at 2024. Our field offices for constituency relations will know when such massive amounts are being disbursed and when throngs of peoples line up as beneficiaries because these activities need the participation of local government units and their offices. Umaasa akong maliwanagan at mabigyan ng tamang impormasyon ng mga resource person mula sa Commission on Audit, mga LGU sa National Capital Region at ng mismong Office of the Vice President hinggil sa mga kaduda-dudang paggastos ng pondo ng bayan. If they have evidence of how the OBP spent the budgets on socio-economic programs from July 22 to the present, I hope they will be entered into evidence after the resource person are sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. If there are any whistleblowers with information, evidence, and testimony about the supposed OBP socio-economic programs, they are most welcome to contact the chairperson of this committee, the committee members, or this representation. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Valeriano. Before we proceed to the initial discussion of privilege speech number 379, we will first proceed to the preliminary determination. Do I hear any motion to move for the preliminary determination?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move
Congressman
that
Flores.
committee take cognizance of the issues raised by Congressman Valeriano in his privilege speech, Mr. Chair. I so move.
Is there any second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection?
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
Congressman Panaligan.
Before we proceed with the voting, may I inquire as to the propriety or timeliness of this committee taking cognizance of the issues raised in the previous speech of the Honorable Valeriano. I understand that the subject of this inquiry are the issues raised by Honorable Valeriano in his previous speech. I also understand that this concerns transactions, certain transactions of the OVP and DepEd. However, those transactions are subject of current COA investigations. And we also know that said COA findings are still pending, subject to appeal or reconsideration. So in view of that, I just want to be clarified as to the propriety of this committee taking cognizance of the of said transactions.
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize the Honorable Flores, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, former President, Honorable Aurelio Dong Gonzales, our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Roberto Uy of the 1st District of Zamboanga del Norte, Honorable Janet Garin, Vice Chairperson and Congresswoman of 1st District of Iloilo. Honorable Flores, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first and foremost, the authority of the House to conduct inquiries in aid of legislation has been already established, Mr. Chair. Not only is it provided for by the Constitution, Mr. Chair, it has also been well settled in jurisprudence and in Supreme Court decisions that the House may conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. We are not here to replace the findings of the COA, Mr. Chair, so it should not in any way interfere with the investigation also being conducted by the COA. We're just here to find out if we could, through legislation, either improve it or protect it or whatever, Mr. Chair. So I think the presence or the fact that there is already a COA investigation should not deter the House from conducting its own inquiries, Mr. Chair, in accordance with, of course, Article 6, Section 21 of our Constitution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Flores.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable the Vice Chair, Congressman Benny Abante is recognized.
All right. In response to the query of our good colleague there, also related to the statement of Congressman Flores, may I read Rule 1, Section 1 of the Rules of Procedure governing proceedings before the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability as far as jurisdiction is concerned. It says here, and I quote, "The Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability shall have jurisdiction over all matters directly and principally relating to malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance in office committed by officers and employees of the government and its political subdivisions and instrumentalities, inclusive of investigations of any matter of public interest on its own initiative or upon order of the House," Mr. Chair.
Did that satisfy you, Congressman Panaligan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed. The chair will now rule on the motion to move for the preliminary determination of privilege speech number 379. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Sino yun? Honorable Lara, you're recognized.
thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a manifestation, Mr. Chair, that during the budget deliberations, there are issues raised concerning the fund utilization of DepEd. In the manifestation of Representative Jervil, Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas, during the budget hearing of the Department of Education o DepEd sa Committee on Appropriations dito sa Kamara, kung saan hinikayat niya na magkaroon ng investigasyon paukol sa kapalpakan ng ahensyang mag-deliver ng mga computer units in good condition sa mga end users, mga guro at estudyante at iba pang isyong may kinalaman sa paggamit ng pondo ng bayan ng naturang ahensya upang makita natin kung mayroon bang misfeasance, malfeasance, o nonfeasance. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that this committee, the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, determine whether there is misfeasance, malfeasance, or nonfeasance, at kung may mga paglabag ang mga kawani ng naturang ahensya sa kanilang mga tungkulin bilang mga kawani, Mr. Chair.
That is exactly where we are heading, Congressman Lara.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
And to continue, as manifested by Congressman Lara, the committee, by a majority vote of all members, decided to conduct a motu proprio investigation on the September 10, 2024 manifestation of Congresswoman Luistro during the budget hearing of DepEd, particularly on the agency's failure to deliver computers in good condition to end users and other issues concerning its budget utilization. Since this is a motu proprio inquiry, and we are still waiting for the authority to proceed from the Committee on Rules, the hearing is suspended until we have receipt of the said authority to proceed. Is there any objection? The hearing is now suspended. Hearing resumes. We already took cognizance of the privileged speech of Congressman Valeriano. Then we are ready to proceed. But with respect to the motu proprio, we are still awaiting for the authority. So, later na po muna yon. Wala pa po tayong authority from the Committee on Rules. In the meantime, may I request the COMSEC to administer the oath of the invited guests and resource persons?
Thank you, Your Honor. To all the resource persons invited, kindly stand up and raise your right hand, please. Representatives and resource persons from the Office of the Vice President, COA, and DBM po. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, the Honorable
yes,
Vice
when you
President.
sent a letter to the Office of the Vice President, you attached a copy of the rules
Okay.
in aid of legislation.
Yes po.
Yes, sir. Nakalagay po doon na witnesses lang po ang ino-oath. Sabi niyo po ngayon sa amin, resource persons kami.
Ang ano po, considered as resource person po.
Ang ano po.
Kayo po.
Kaya nga po.
Yes po. Lahat po ino-oath po.
Yes.
Apo.
Nakalagay po sa rules ninyo, witnesses. Nakalagay po dito ngayon sa table, resource persons.
Lahat po considered as resource person and witness. Lahat po naman kayo, lahat resource person pa eh. Wala pa naman po tayong tinatawag na, lahat po considered as resource person pa lang po.
Right. Opo. Ang nasa rules ninyo, witnesses lang po ang nag-o-oath. Wala po kayong rules sa resource persons.
Ma'am, ano lang po yun eh. Yung term lang po yun eh. Pero considered as a resource person din po kayo eh.
Yes, sir.
Opo.
Resource persons nga po
Kayo
nakalagay
witness
dito.
din po at saka resource person po.
Hindi niyo po sinabi na witness ako. Sinabi niyo po dito ngayon, resource persons. Ang nakalagay po sa rules ninyo, witness.
Comsec, ano po yung pinadala po ninyo?
Yun pong rules in aid of legislation.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What is the point of order of the Honorable Congressman
Because this issue about
Macapagal?
witness, resource person, etc., etc.
Ma'am, pakilakas lang po, hindi po marinig.
Persons and accused has been taken up in previous legislative inquiries in aid of legislation. I want to quote a December 8, 2008 hearing in the Senate, where Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago had an opinion on a similar situation, but she quoted a Supreme Court ruling. So the Constitution provides that no person shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. The Supreme Court has repeatedly emphasized that there is a difference between a mere witness and the accused. And it can appear from statements and privileged speeches that there is that a person who is the subject matter of an adverse privileged speech is not a mere witness or a mere person of interest, meaning a suspect. She is in fact accused of what seems to be a criminal case for violation of certain criminal laws, including malversation of public funds. And there is a case quoted in 2007, Standard Chartered Bank versus the Committee on Banks. where the court repeated the rule that an accused occupies a different tier of protection from an ordinary witness. So, where the court said, Supreme Court said, whereas an ordinary witness may be compelled to take the witness stand and claim the privilege at each question requiring an incriminating answer is shot at him, an accused may altogether refuse to take the witness stand and refuse to answer any or all questions. So that has been a supreme. And then there is a portion that the court explained that the right of the accused against self-incrimination also applies to respondents in administrative investigations such as legislative inquiries in aid of legislation. So that is the point of order I am raising, and there is a Supreme Court ruling to this effect. Thank you, Mr.
With that, the chair declares 1 minute suspension. Recess. Madam Congresswoman Arroyo, may I know if, may I be clarified if the tenor of your point of inquiry is referring to the sub judice case or rule?
Referring to the sub judice case, but it is saying that when a witness, in fact, is in reality the accused.
Ma'am, pakilakas po ng konti. Medyo hindi ko po...
What he's saying is that if by the, by the nature, for instance, of the privileged speech, if the witness is not a mere but the person being asked is not a mere witness or a mere person of interest, he is in fact the accused of what seems to be a case including malversation of public funds. And the court repeated the rule that an accused occupies a different tier of protection from an ordinary witness. So I
from given what Miriam Defensor Santiago said and the Supreme Court ruling that she's quoting, we cannot, what do you call this? We cannot just trivialize. Kasi you're just a witness. You're a witness. Pareho na rin yung witness, resource person. They are not the same. The Supreme Court says they are not the same. And somebody who appears to be the accused has a different tier of protection from a witness. And in fact, can refuse to take the witness stand.
Congressman Flores, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is an inquiry in aid of legislation, and no one is technically accused of any wrongdoing here, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, look at the speech.
Ma'am,
Look at the
please,
speech, Mr. Chair,
ma'am,
the privilege.
please wait to be
Mr.
recognized.
Chair,
first.
may I request a
Wait.
1
I will-
minute
I will-
recess?
1 minute. 1 minute
Thank
recess
you.
declared by the
Yes.
chair.
Mr. Chair, yes. Mr. Chair,
Session resumes.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
You will be given the opportunity later,
Okay.
Madam Vice President. In any event, the point of the Honorable Arroyo is well taken, but we will proceed to the oath taking. If the Vice President refuse to take her oath, we will respect that. In the meantime, Comsec, please proceed with the oath taking of the other witnesses.
To all the other witnesses and or resource persons, please stand up and raise your right hand, inviting the DBM, the COA, and other staff from the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. Okay. Please your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the statements you will give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Of course, you have already ruled with regards to the point of the order being raised by the former president and now representative of Pampanga, Madam Gloria Macabagal Arroyo. But still, there is also a supposedly a pending manifestation being made by the members of this committee with regards to the point of order that was raised. So I think, Mr. Chairman, we have to hear first, but of course you have already ruled, but we have to also to hear the manifestation of the members of this honorable committee. And in that case, you have already recognized the good Congressman Kit Flores. And I think it is just proper to recognize him once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. The Honorable Flores is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think the ruling was already made, Mr. Chair, and I will submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. We will now, let us also discuss the administrative matters. But before we proceed, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Bongalon of Ako Bicol, Mr. Marvin Joshua Palitik of the Commission on Audit, State Auditor 3, Honorable Marlene Primicias Agabas, Deputy Majority Leader, 6th District, Pangasinan, the Honorable Marcoleta of Sagip, Honorable Micaela Swansing, 1st District, Nueva Ecija, the Honorable Ricardo Cruz, Lone District, Taguig Pateros, and the Honorable Filimon Espares of Co-op NATCO. The COMSEC is directed to report to the committee who have invited and who have responded to the invitation.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have invited the Office of the President through email sent last September 13, 2024. However, we were informed that they use a different extension for their electronic mail. And then the Chief of Staff, Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Ms. Winnie G. Diego, Chief Public Assistance Division, Attorney Rosaline Sanchez, Director for Administrative and Financial Services, and Mr. Norman B. Baloro, Director of Operations Office, to whom the satellite office's report replied yesterday that through their executive assistant Nicole, that they will designate a representative from the central office. This is the same tenor of the replies from the satellite offices from Western Mindanao, Panay and Negros Islands, BARMM, Caraga, Cebu, Bohol, and Siquijor satellite office, as well as Pangasinan. May I also note, Your Honors, that the Pangasinan satellite office has read our letter invitation sent on September 13. They have read it on September 14, 2024, which was on a Saturday at 3:22 p.m. because the email sent by the Secretariat has a read receipt function, Your Honor. Moving on, this was the same tenor as well from the Davao Satellite Office, Cagayan Valley Satellite Office, Bicol, and Eastern Visayas Satellite Office. Meanwhile, Your Honor, for the Commission on Audit, we have sent an invitation to Chairperson Gamaliel Cordoba, and Director of Legal Affairs, Daryl H. Tonolete, to whom we have forwarded the letter to Chairperson Cordoba. Assistant Commissioner Martha Rosana Sese was also sent an invitation on September 13. All of the resource persons were sent invitations on September 13. Director for National Government Audit Sector Cluster, Sofia Hemora, Supervising Auditor Elvira De Vera, were sent invitations. However, there were no direct email confirmations, but they verbally confirmed their presence. They confirmed their presence of their representatives today. For the Department of Budget and Management, we sent invitation to Secretary Amena Pangandaman on September 13, USEC Janet Abuel, and as well USEC Functional Group Head Rolando U. Toledo, but this was for him, it was on September 16 as manifested by the Office of the Department of Budget and Management, and some of them are here. They are here today, Your Honor.
We will now proceed to before we proceed to the interpolation proper, the Chair will recognize the Honorable Vice President for her message. Yes, ma'am. You are recognized, ma'am.
A message, sir, or my statement regarding the point of order? Message? Mga kababayan, ladies and gentlemen, assalamualaikum, warakmatullahi wa barakatuh. Madayaw, mayong adlaw, kaninyong tanan, magandang araw sa inyong lahat. The officials of the Office of the Vice President, as well as each and every one of our satellite office leads, were in receipt of a letter from the chairman of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability dated September 13, 2024, requesting our presence or that of our duly authorized representatives in today's initial deliberation with preliminary determination on privilege speech number 379. In view of the said letter, I am appearing before you today not only as the head of office, but more importantly, as the duly authorized representative of all officials of the OVP. Simply because we have not done anything wrong. There is no misuse of funds. If there are audit findings, we shall gladly respond to them before the Commission on Audit. And if there are legitimate cases to be filed, then we shall gladly respond to them before the appropriate courts. In relation to this, may I just say that I take notice of the opening speeches and nasabi doon, there is a determination of misfeasance, nonfeasance, and malfeasance. And those are cases that should properly be taken in the courts of law. What we are witnessing now is no ordinary legislative inquiry. This exercise is a well-funded and coordinated political attack. This much is evident from the very words of the privileged speech that prompted this inquiry. A speech that simply meant to say, do not vote for Sara on 2028. It is clear to me that this inquiry is not about misused funds, accountability, or governance. Instead, it is solely aimed at discrediting my name and my office to prevent future political contests. I have publicly stated my reasons as to why I've chosen not to defend the OVP's budget proposal for 2025. I have narrated the issues I encountered in previous years, which can easily be confirmed by looking at the NEP, the GAB, and the GAA for fiscal years 2023 and 2024. Further, I have even shared the drama that transpired last year regarding the confidential funds. Hence, just as we have done last year, we again leave the 2025 OVP budget to the pleasure of Congressman Martin Romualdez. I am not asking for any special treatment, nor am I asking you to uphold any tradition. There is no disrespect. All I am saying is that you have the complete freedom to do whatever you wish with the OVP budget. If you feel that all the documentary submissions are not enough, then by all means, huwag kayo magbigay ng budget. Sa totoo lang, hindi naman ang budget ang punteriya ninyo. Dahil napakadali naman magtanggal ng budget. What you are trying to do is make a case for impeachment. Hindi naman ako kakandidato sa nalalapit na eleksyon. Hindi ako namumulitika. Ang ginagawa ko lamang ay ang pagtupad sa aking oath of office at campaign platforms na trabaho, edukasyon, at mapayapang pamumuhay. Sinabi ko na noon, at ilang beses ko nang inulit na hindi ako ang problema ng bayan na ito. Ang totoong problema ng bayan ay kagutuman, kahirapan, illegal na droga, kriminalidad, terorismo, hindi na sapat na healthcare, kalidad ng edukasyon, kawalan ng plano ng infrastruktura para sa disasters, at marami pang iba. So, you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive, and throw my ashes to the wind. But let it be known, you will find me unbowed. I will continue to serve the Filipino people no matter the personal cost or political intrigue. Having said that, I will not allow myself to be subjected to an inquiry based on an empty privilege speech, just so you can attack me and do indirectly what you failed to do directly during the budget hearings. I therefore request this committee to terminate this inquiry for its clear lack of any proposed legislation or substantive matter for discussion. Shukran.
The committee cannot rule on that because the committee already took cognizance of this privilege speech. Anyway, we will now proceed. Next, we will recognize the representative from COA,
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
may I please raise a parliamentary inquiry?
What is your parliamentary inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rules of the committee says that this committee only acquires jurisdiction on matters of nonfeasance, misfeasance, malfeasance. And under Section 2, Mr. Chair of the rules, there should be a prior determination whether or not these malfeasance, nonfeasance, and misfeasance are directly or specifically relating to the persons charged of this. Has this committee made a prior determination of this? And if so, when did it happen? And where is the order specifying that the committee has just reached a prior determination? This is very important, Mr. Chair, because the rules also says that after determining or making a prior determination, this committee will set an order, and that is the only way that this committee acquire jurisdiction over the person's subject matter of this inquiry. And that particular order of prior determination will set out the parameters. If I can make a comparison, Mr. Chair, in regular court, it is called pre-trial order, where the parameters of the inquiry, the presentation of evidence or explanations or allegations are limited to that set of stipulation. So considering, Mr. Chair, and I assume that there is no prior determination, I do not think how we can start the meeting today because we are supposed to observe the rules. I am referring to Section 2 of the rules of this committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer that, Congressman Marcoleta, we have already ruled on the preliminary determination a while ago. Medyo na-late na po kayo. Now, with respect to your inquiry, that if we can proceed with this, considering that this is an investigation of malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance, let me walk you through through the definition of good government and public accountability. It provides that all matters directly and principally relating to malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance in office committed by officers, and employees of the government and its political subdivision and instrumentalities, inclusive of investigations of any matter of public interest on its own initiative or upon order of the House. For the information of everybody, the issue on confidential fund is a matter of public interest. Lahat po tayo ay interesado, hindi lamang po tayo, yung publiko po, interesado kung paano po ito nagamit. Kaya yun po ang dahilan why this committee has jurisdiction over the subject matter.
But Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, under Section 5, there should be a record of preliminary determination. It says that the proceedings in the preliminary investigation or determination shall be recorded through stenographic notes. What you were mentioning are motu proprio cases. I am assuming that this committee started by way of a referral because of a privileged speech delivered on the floor by one of us. And so this is the main subject matter of this committee meeting, and to which we should first determine preliminarily whether or not this committee acquires jurisdiction. And I demand a record of preliminary determination under Section 5 because it says, upon termination thereof, Mr. Chair, the chairperson shall issue an order which shall recite in details the matters taken up. So what are the matters taken up, Mr. Chair? I think we should be able to comply with these elementary rules as specified in the governing rules.
Well, considering that we are still in the, we have yet to proceed to the interpolation, we are still in the period of recognizing the resource person as well as the witness. With that, the chair declares 1 minute suspension. Hearing resumes. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Luistro Gerville of Batangas 2nd District, Honorable Paul Dasa, Senior Deputy Minority Leader of 1st District, Northern Samar, the Honorable Roel Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List. The chair, the committee would like to take note of the manifestation of the Honorable Marcoleta, but considering that the committee already took cognizance of the preliminary determination, we will proceed to the COA. COA, please. Sino po yung representative ng COA?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sa ating mga members of the committee, magandang umaga po. On behalf of the Commission on Audit, we do recognize the plenary power of the Congress in asking questions relating to legislation. And since the invitation only pertains to the budget utilization of the OBP, we can answer questions relating to that, Your Honor. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next representative from DBM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all Your Honors. Yes, by the invitation of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, we are here to provide information on the Office of the President's budget in the calendar year CY 2022 to 2024 budget utilization and performance, compliance with the GAA, including fund transfer and budget realignment, as well as the agency's program projects and activities, among others. So any inquiry will just answer during this congressional meeting, Mr. Chair. And if ever there's a need for us to provide data and information, we'll do so, Mr. Chair. So good morning.
Thank you. The chair is in receipt of the authority from the Committee on Rules with respect to the motu proprio inquiry on the manifestation of Representative Jinky Luistro during the budget hearing of the Department of Education in the Committee on Appropriation on September 10, 2024. But we will proceed with the preliminary determination later. In the meantime, we will proceed to the interpellation with respect to the privileged speech of Congressman Valeriano. Before we proceed, we will set rules. We will set certain rules or parameters. We will limit the interpellator to 5 minutes. Hindi po kasama yung sagot. And then, pwede po paki-silent po ang inyong mga telepono. Turn off nyo po or silent mode. And please observe proper decorum para hindi po tayo maging magulo at maging maayos lamang po. At lahat po yung mga gustong mag-interpolate, lapit lang po dito sa COMSEC at magpalista. Ang magiging sistema po natin, mauuna po ang minority, and then the majority, minority, majority. Now, we will first recognize representative from the minority, the Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa committee na ito po na pinamumunuan po ninyo dahil in-schedule agad natin yung naging privilege speech ni Representative Valeriano. Alam niyo po, una po sa lahat, ginigiit natin dito na ang tradisyon ay tradisyon. Pero una sa lahat, kung ang tradisyon ay bumabangga sa interes ng mga mamayan, sa interes ng publiko, at accountability ng mga public officials at saka pagiging transparent ng lahat ng ating mga ginagawa, lalong-lalo na po sa kaperahan o lalong-lalo po sa budget or whatever na pinagkatiwala po ng taong bayan sa atin, ay kailangan po yun yung nauuna. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako na dahil ito po yung magsiset, no, noong mga pwede nating magawa sa rules, mabago sa rules, pwede nating in aid of legislation, lalong-lalo na pinag-uusapan natin ang confidential funds and intelligence funds or confidential funds dito sa Office of the Vice President. At ito ay inaasahan ko na magsiset itong gagawin sa katapusan nitong hearing na ito, yung magsiset talaga na kung dapat o hindi dapat mabigyan ng confidential funds ang ating mga national government agency. At kung meron man, depende kung ano po yung magiging resulta ng inquiry na ito, ay mapahigpit natin, no? Yung kung meron man, kung magde-decide later on na may confidential funds pa rin, magde-decide pa rin na magiging mahigpit, no, yung paggamit ng confidential funds. Okay, so dahil hindi naman po nag-oath yung Vice President, Mr. Chair, ang akin na lang mga tanong ay tatanong ko na lang po sa DBM at saka sa COA. Okay, so inaasahan natin, no, na magsasabi kayo ng totoo. So yung first question ko po sa DBM, yung pong, by the way, I manifest second round kung matatapos ko na yung 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Sige po.
Yes. Okay. So, nung 2022 po na budget ng Office of the Vice President sa DBM, Mr. Chair, meron po ba ditong nakalagay na line item for confidential funds?
Please address the chair
Mr.
when
Chair,
answering.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sa DBM po, please, you are, Yusek Toledo, you are recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, there is no line item for confidential fund, but there is a program that item under that program po na ginagamit po yung confidential fund po.
I'm not satisfied with the answer. Ang tinatanong ko lang po, meron bang line item doon sa budget ng Office of the President na confidential fund? Meron po bang line item po? Yes or no?
There is no, Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. How about noong 2023? Budget of the Office of the Vice President. Is there a line on about confidential funds?
There is, Mr. Chair, there is a line item for
Magkano po, Mr. Chair, yung confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President for 2023?
500 million, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you're correct. Kasi nandito naman, meron naman tayong dyan. Okay, so kung i-compare natin, Mr. Chair, yung Office of the Vice President budget, GAA 2022 and GAA 2023, so makikita natin agad-agad yung difference. No, na yung confidential funds sa Office of the Vice President noong 2022 ay wala, pero sa Office of the Vice President sa 2023 ay meron. Okay, so paano po nagkaroon ng 125 million na confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President noong 2022, Mr. Chair, sa DBM?
Okay, Mr. Chair, while the OVP has no provision for the confidential funds under the fiscal year 2022 GAA, the said release of funds was charged against the contingent fund using the existing PAP of the Office of the Vice President, that is the Good Governance Program, Mr. Chair.
Well, ano po yung ibig sabihin ng good governance program po? Kasi defined, alam po natin meron tayong JC o joint circular governing confidential funds. So, can you elaborate on good governance, Mr. Chair, yung binabanggit ninyo po?
The Good Governance is a program of the OVP, and so that's the basis for us for the release of the confidential plan of the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair.
Well, can you elaborate ano ba yung good governance? Dahil malinaw po doon sa rules or the joint circular governing confidential funds, yung mga pwede lang napondohan ng confidential funds, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we have already responded to that inquiry. We have already sent the letter dated September 11, 2023, as to what is all about the good governance program of the OVP, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, these representations has no copy of what you are referring to as the good governance programs. May I request for the copy, Mr. Chair?
Please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Castro Comsec. Would you like to respond, Comsec?
Your Honor, as to the part of the committee secretariat, we have not received a document from the Department of Budget Management. We have sent an invitation on September 13. We are not in receipt of a position paper or any document dated September 11, Your Honor. It might be a different committee.
Okay, but just the same, yes, I may respond to the inquiry as far as what is all about the good governance program, particularly the good governance engagement and social services projects. This is in consideration of the urgency of the safe implementation of various projects and activities of the Office of the Vice President across its satellite offices for the last, the conduct of its official engagement and functional representation in international and local events, the implementation of various projects and activities relevant to national security and peace and order, and implementation of the same with proper security and safety protocols for the benefit of the institution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, you only have 1 minute.
1 minute.
Please wrap up your...
So did the Office of the Vice President in 2022 asked for a budget for confidential funds for the DBM?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for 2022, there is no request for the confidential in the budget, but we have, as mentioned, they have requests for the chargeable, we have requests for 2022, but that was charged to the contingent fund.
There was so may request po ba o wala?
Doon sa proposed budget for 2022, wala po.
Pero saan po kinuha yung 125? Sinasabi nyo kanina, Mr. Chair, ay doon sa contingent fund. So, hindi po ba kapag merong request for a lump sum o merong ibibigay yung or pagkukuhanan yung lump sum, dapat may request?
Okay.
So,
Yes, Mr. Chair. So during the implementation of the fiscal year 2022 budget, there was a request coming from the Office of the Vice President to release an additional requirement for the fiscal year 2022 budget. Basically, hindi lang po yung confidential plan, but also for some PS and MOE requirements. Now, this was...
Pinag-uusapan lang natin yung confidential
Okay.
funds.
So, Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Chair.
yes, there was a request coming from the Office of the Vice President during the implementation of the budget in that year. So that's why in...
Mr. Chair, may I cut you on that with due respect. So may I ask, Mr. Chair, the request...
Last
Yes.
question, please.
So, second round na lang ako, Mr. Chair. May I ask the DBM, Mr. Chair, the letter request from the Office of the Vice President. So, yun na lang, Mr. Chair, at itutuloy ko na lang po mamaya.
The DBM is requested to submit the letter of the Honorable Vice President. The
yes,
request
Mr.
letter of
Chair.
the Honorable. Please submit it to the COMSEC.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next to interpolate is Honorable Nika Swansing. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was just hoping to take this opportunity because COA, the right team from COA is already here. So if I may request the COMSEC, Mr. Chair, and the permission of the Honorable Chairman to pull up some slides on the screen. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please.
Mr. Chair, these were the same slides that I presented to the Committee on Appropriations during the deliberation on the budget of the Office of the Vice President 2 weeks ago. For those who were not there in the meeting, a very quick summary, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time. So these, the slides were put together based on the different documents submitted by COA in compliance to the subpoenaed duces tecum and accomplishment report submitted by the Office of the Vice President. And here, Mr. Chair, several things to note. Essentially, we have summarized across the 4 quarters in terms of the disbursement of the confidential expenses of the Office of the Vice President, the different audit findings of the Commission on Audit across the 4 different quarters. So for Q4 2022, which is the subject of the notice of disallowance, it was found that there's a 73 million out of 125 million that was considered by COA as disallowed in audit. And then for the succeeding quarters, accordingly, Mr. Chair, you would see here the proportion of the 125 million, which was questioned in the audit order memorandum and not questioned across the succeeding quarters. During the deliberations of the Office of the Vice President, President's budget, I directed a question towards COA to please enlighten us as to the grounds for the notice of disallowance for Q4 2022 and the 3 succeeding quarters which were subjected to the AOM, Mr. Chair. However, during the OVP budget hearing, the representative of COA, Assistant Commissioner Alexander Juliano, said that he was not privy to the information as he was not part of the team handling the confidential expenses. So, Mr. Chair, I believe the team who did the audit is present in today's hearing. So if we may request, Mr. Chair, COA to please enlighten us for the 4 different quarters covered by the notice of the disallowance and the audit order memorandum, may we please request, Mr. Chair, COA to please enlighten us as to the ground. So perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can go quarter by quarter. We can first start with Q4 2022, which was the subject of the notice of disallowance.
Any representative from COA?
Mr. Chair, Attorney Gloria Camora, the State Auditor of
Attorney
the ICFAO,
Camora.
yes, will answer the question
Attorney
of the
Camora, you're
Honorable
recognized.
Congresswoman.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. As to the 2022 notice of disallowance,
Ma'am, pakilakasan po ninyo yung boses nyo, hindi marinig.
Okay. there were three items that are part of the notice of disallowance. The first one is on the non-submission of documents on the payment of rewards. The second one is charging some items that are not compliant under the rules joint circular. And the third one is non-submission of the revised accomplishment report of the office of the VP to the three regulatory offices, which are the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, because what they have submitted was the original one, and they made an amendment, but as of now, they have not resubmitted the amended accomplishment report.
Mr. Chair, if
Please proceed,
COA may
Congresswoman
please
Francis.
enlighten to explain to us, because it seems a little bit technical po, as to how it was explained by COA. Kung pwede po maipaliwanag po sa atin in non-technical terms as to the grounds for the disallowance po.
COA, paki-simplify po. Please explain it in layman's term.
Yes po. Basically, the disallowances is because hindi po sila nag-submit ng required na documents under the joint circular.
Mr. Chair, if we may move to the next slide.
Please proceed.
ComSec, next slide, please. Here, Mr. Chair, shows a breakdown of the different expense items listed in the accomplishment report for Q4 2022 and the three succeeding quarters, which were the subject of the AOMs. Mr. Chair, I would like to again throw the question to COA, because it seems to me, I am not an auditor, so it seems to me that across the three succeeding quarters, the categories that were flagged as questioned in the AOM are similar across the three succeeding quarters. So, pare-pareho po yung naka-orange po. Payment of reward, yung provision of medical and food aid, at saka po payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operation. So, Mr. Chair, if I may request COA to please enlighten us as to the reason why these categories seem to be repeatedly flagged across the succeeding quarters under audit.
COA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As to the payment of rewards, the joint circular requires a document, the supporting documents evidencing the success of the information gathering. As far as the documents that they have submitted, we are not, so far, we are not satisfied with the documents they have submitted. So we ask them to submit the documents that would satisfy the joint circular. As to the provision of food and medical items, again, we ask them for an explanation, since by themselves, food and medical aid appears to not fall under the expenses allowed by the joint circular. So we are asking for explanation on those items. And then, it's the same with traveling expenses, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I'll move to my final slide.
You still have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarificatory question sa Mr. Chair, kasi at least nandito na ba yung team sa COA. Last slide, please, ComSec. Here, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask COA, because very interestingly po, isa po sa mga napansin natin is the length of disbursement for the 125 million across the different quarters po. meron po ba na information yung COA as to how how the disbursements were done in terms of the speed by which the disbursements were done? Like for example po, the 125 million in December were spent in 11 days as opposed to in Q3 2023 po, wherein it was spent in 79 days. So kasi po, one thing that we can see as well in the previous slide is regardless of the length of the disbursement or the speed of the disbursement or the areas of surveillance, if you can move to the previous slide, Comsec. Ito po. The numbers of areas under surveillance are different, and the speed of the disbursement is different as well. But it seems like the expenditure patterns are very similar po across categories and across the different quarters. So, meron po bang nakita yung COA with regards to that po, Mr. Chair?
Please wrap up your questions. Pakisagot na lang po, tapos na po kayo.
Mr. Chair, since we were given the data on the areas and they have also submitted the evidences of payments, we did not conduct a study on the speed by which the frequency of the payments, as long as we were satisfied with the number of areas that they have served. So if we can average it based on that, the number of areas, I think it is possible to be spending the said amounts.
Mr. Chair, final question na lang
Okay,
po.
last question.
Because the AOMs were issued po in February 1, 2024 for the first AOM, and then the second AOM po on August 8, 2024. Reading through the AOMs po, the Office of the Vice President is given 15 days to respond to the AOMs. I believe the first one has been responded to in April. So meron na po bang response doon po sa August 8 na AOM?
Yes, Madam Chair, they have submitted their reply to the AOMs, and the audit is on the compliance is ongoing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Those are my clarificatory questions po. Clarification because the team handling the audit is now here. So just wanted to clarify po dun po sa slides na present po nung nakaraang OVP budget hearing. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
May I approach the table? Request 1 minute suspension.
The chair declares 1 minute suspension. Session resumes.
Mr. Chair, may I request...
The Honorable Vice President is recognized.
Thank you. May I request to leave the inquiry?
Ma'am, pwede naman po, considering na hindi naman din po kayo naka-oath and alam naman po namin, marami rin po kayong ginagawa. The Vice President is excused.
Thank you.
Thank you po,
Thank you,
ma'am.
everyone. Good morning.
1 minute suspensions declared by the chair. Committee hearing resumes. Next, before we... Okay. We will recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Congressman Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa lahat. Well, before I proceed sa questions ko, Mr. Chair, gusto ko munang i-manifest na sobrang disappointed po tayo. Actually, kasabay ng hearing na ito sa Committee on Good Government ay ang plenary debate sa budget for 2025. Mr. Chair, tayo and of course yung mga colleagues natin, we took the time for this committee at inimbitahan ng Office of the Vice President. Pero yun nga po, nalaman natin na hindi po nag-take ng oath at ayun, bago po tayo makapagtanong para din po sana marinig ng nakaupong Vice Presidente, umalis na rin po, Mr. Chair. And actually, when I recalled yung mga ibang pwedeng precedents din natin, Mr. Chair, while nabanggit po na merong right, no? Or may option ang mga public officials na hindi po mag-oath, pero hindi naman po all the time na ganun yung ginagawa. Even yung mga former presidents nga po, Mr. Chair, like former President Ramos, former President Estrada, former President Noynoy Aquino, ay dumalo nung inibitahan din sila sa mga legislative inquiry at nag-take po sila ng oath, Mr. Chair. And I'm also wondering, Mr. Chair, kung meron din po bang dumalo, maliban po sa sitting Vice President, other personnel po from the OVP na nandito, meron po ba, Mr. Chair?
Wala po.
Pero di ba, Mr. Chair, I believe we sent invitations hindi lang sa sitting Vice President, pero maging sa iba pang mga nagtitake ng major function sa OVP. So, Mr. Chair, we have afforded several opportunities for the OVP actually, hindi lang sa ating formal budget hearings, pero maging sa Committee on Good Government, Mr. Chair. So, I think again, we can let the Filipino people judge, no, kung ano ba talaga ang performance ng mga niluklok nating mga opisyal sa pamahalaan. So ang tatanungin ko na lang, Mr. Chair, ay ang COA. Sa COA ko po
interjection, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Franz Castro.
Yes, so since the Vice President did not take the oath, no, and I think wala naman siyang sasabihin kung tatanungin natin. So, buti na lang na umalis na siya. Well, next meeting, Mr. Chair, pwede ba nating imbitahin from the Office of the Vice President dahil sila yung mga pumirma, no, doon sa mga liquidation. Miss Gina Acosta, Special Disbursing Officer from the Office of the Vice President. Miss Julieta Villadel Rey, the Chief Accountant of the Office of the Vice President, to give us light, no, doon sa mga na-disburse, na naobliga nila, at saka yung mga receipt na ipinasa nila sa COA. Can we do that, Mr. Chair? This is a motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes po. There is a motion by the Honorable Franz Castro to invite the following resource persons. Number 1, Gina Acosta of the Office of the Vice President, and Julieta Villa del Rey, the Chief Accountant of the Office of the Vice President.
Mr. Chair?
Is there...
Mr. Chair, point of clarification lang, so that before we rule on the motion.
Okay, before we rule, what is the point of Honorable Roj?
Mr. Chair, may we know from just so that we know how to decide on the motion if we will agree with it or to object. Mr. Chair, my understanding, I understand there were 2 names mentioned, but yung isa po, si Ms. Gina Acosta, may we know from the COMSEC if she was already invited?
COMSEC?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. No, she was not invited. We were not informed that she was a special disbursing officer, Your Honor. So she is also not in the website, Your Honor, of the
So those 2 names were not invited yet?
Yes, Your Honor, not
Okay.
invited. Ms. Gina F. Acosta, the special disbursing officer, and Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, the chief accountant of the Office of the Vice President.
Thank you then, Mr. Chair. In that case, I will join the motion of the Honorable Castro. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Is there any objection?
Mr. Chairman,
Ay, yes, Congressman
before
Paduano.
the chairman rules with regards to the motion being made by the Honorable Franz Castro, let me ask the chairman, since we invited to the motion of the Honorable Castro, a certain Miss Acosta and Villa del Rey, Julieta. Mr. Chairman, can we ask if, kasi po, if we invite those resource persons or witnesses, no? Resource persons or witnesses, they should be, we should have a basis for them to be invited. Now, as far as I know, during the appropriations budget deliberation with regards to the budget of the Office of the Vice President, the name of the two officials from the OBP was mentioned. But I hope, Mr. Chairman, there's a record with regards to what really transpired during the budget deliberation of the appropriations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, let me also ask for the Committee on Appropriations to submit in this committee just purposes of record and to justify the motion being made by the Honorable Franz Castro, for them to submit through the Appropriations Committee, through the chair, Chairman Saldico, the excerpts and the documents submitted to the committee with regards to the justification for the presence of the two officials of the OBP in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Noted. We will inform the COMSEC to please take note of the manifestation of the Honorable Paduano. In the meantime, we will rule on the motion of the Honorable Franz Castro. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
The Honorable Raul Manuel, hindi po minus yung inyong oras. You still have...
Sige,
you still have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nabanggit po kanina na hindi qualified sa paggamit ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President for 2022 ang medical and food aid. Can we confirm this from the Commission on Audit?
As of yung AOM po namin, since medical...
COA, please wait to be recognized by the chair. Attorney Camora, you are recognized. And please address your answer to the chair.
Mr. Chair, since as of the review of the documents, we have deemed them not qualified as confidential expenses, since they just indicated food and medical supplies as is.
Mr. Chair, how much po yung amount na dineclare ng OVP na pinagamitan di umano ng medical and food aid?
Mr. Chair, anong period po?
For 2022, yung confidential funds.
For 2022, it was 35 million for supplies.
For medical and
for
food aid.
medical and supplies, Mr. Chair, 40
million pesos. Sa pagtingin natin, Mr. Chair, bagamat syempre gusto natin na makatulong ang ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno, mapagbuti yung pag-provide ng mga services, pero tingin natin, Mr. Chair, ay questionable nga kung kukunin sa confidential funds ang pag-provide ng medical and food aid. Lalo na't supposedly nga transparent, magkano talaga yung nagagastos para dyan, tapos sa bawat beneficiary din, magkano yung worth ng kanilang nakukuha, ilan din yung beneficiaries. Di ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, delikado kapag yung ganitong mga tipo ng serbisyo ay ang magiging source natin ay confidential funds. Sa experience po ba, Mr. Chair, ng Commission on Audit, meron din ba dating mga agencies ng pamahalaan na nag-declare na gumamit sila ng confidential funds para sa medical and food aid?
COA, please answer.
Mr. Chair, we have not come across, or kung meron man, Mr. Chair, it has not been under my audit po. May iba po kasing auditors.
May ibang?
May
Pakilakasan po yung inyong boses.
May ibang auditors po. So, hindi lang po kami. Opo. So, I am not aware if may mga ibang agencies po na nagde-declare ng medical and food supplies.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin hindi standard practice na ang pantulong sa ating mga kababayan ay kinukuha siya mula sa confidential funds. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
COA, please answer.
Tama po, Mr. Chair, pero I would like to point out po sa joint circular that supplies, materials are actually allowed, except that you have to identify them as used in confidential activities like surveillance activities. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, under our current rules, meron siyang qualifier pero hindi absolute na ibig sabihin kung based lang sa personal na kagustuhan ng opisyal ay gagamitin niya yung confidential funds para sa medical and food aid. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As long as the purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment are for confidential operations, they will comply with the joint circular po.
Okay. Mr. Chair, kasunod naman, na-mention din kanina na walang bagong submission ang Office of the Vice President regarding nga doon sa Notice of Disallowance. Can the Commission on Audit expound on that, Mr. Chair? Kasi nga, ang dating kasi sa ilan sa mga kababayan natin ay as if ba hindi nabibigyan ng pagkakataon ang OVP para talaga ipaliwanag, tapos after the notice of disallowance na actually ang nais nun, Mr. Chair, ay pinapabalik sa OVP yung hindi maipaliwanag na paggastos ng confidential fund. So para lang po talaga malinaw, Mr. Chair, nabigyan ng pagkakataon ng OVP to explain, and meron po bang mga latest na submissions ang OVP on top of those na naipasa niya na dati?
Mr. Chair, if it pertains to the 2022 confidential fund,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
wala pa pong, actually hindi na po sila required mag-reply sa amin since it's already a notice of disallowance. The remedy na po is either settlement or appeal the notice of disallowance po.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin, para po maunawaan na ating mga kababayan, may pinapabalik na confidential funds na ginamit ng Office of the Vice President noong 2022. Ang options ay ibalik yon or umapela. And kung strong naman po yung appeal at ibig sabihin ay kakayaning ma-justify, edi pwedeng hindi pabalikin. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, depende po sa decision ng Commission proper, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So kung doon sa second option, Mr. Chair, na umapela, meron bang mga pinasa na mga dokumento ang Office of the Vice President para po formally sila na makapag-appeal para hindi sila require na ibalik yung confidential funds na na-flag? Meron po bang naipasa, Mr. Chair?
Wala po kaming information, Mr. Chair, kung nakapag-file po sila ng appeal nila. It's with the commission proper na po, so hindi na po sa ICFAO yun fina-file, Mr.
So,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, do we have a representative from the Commission on Audit mismo, labas pa dun sa ICFAO? Meron po ba dito, Mr. Chair? So we can get the response from them, Mr. Chair.
We have here the representative from government audit sector, Mr. Fahad bin Tomawis. Could you respond to the query of the Honorable Manuel?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Please be informed that I'm not in the position to answer the question because I'm the audit team leader of the regular audit of the OBP. For the confidential fund, it is part of the ICFAO, and for the appeal, it is part of the commission proper of the Commission on Audit. So it must be addressed to the commission proper of the Commission on Audit.
Mr. Chair, so
may
meron
I-
po ba? Taga-commission
May I ask
proper?
the COMSEC if she invited the representative of ano yun? OWA?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's an office that monitors the filing of an appeal, which is the Commission Secretariat Office. So, on the question on whether there's an appeal that has been filed by the OVP, we will validate on that.
Mr.
Please
Chair,
do so.
Yes.
Yes,
since
Congressman Manuel.
kailangan din nating malaman no, dito sa komite, how long po yung duration para ma-verify po at ma-check yung ganong impormasyon?
Attorney
Mr. Chair,
Attorney
the
Lapitan.
OVP has 180 days to file an appeal. So we will wait for that within that period, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, kailan po nag-start ang pagbibilang ng 180 days or nearly 6 months?
Sino pong
Mr.
sasagot?
Chair, it
Attorney
runs-
Camora, you're recognized.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, it runs from the receipt of the OVP of the ND, which is per our record, it was on August 9, 2024.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, aabangan natin ang magiging action. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair,
Please wrap up your
Yes,
question.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Para lang maliwanag talaga at hindi po nadidisinform ang ating mga kababayan, ibig sabihin po, ang merong dapat na proactive na ginagawa para maghabol at ipaliwanag kung paano ginamit yung confidential funds ay ang OVP po talaga. Hindi po pwedeng linlangin yung ating mga kababayan na it is the burden of other offices, other officials na mag-present po ng mga ebidensya. Kasi in fact, ang sabi na nga po ng COA, kung hindi mag-aapela, dapat po talaga ibalik ang hindi maipaliwanag na paggastos ng confidential funds. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, before I recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Paduano, you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. Germane to the question asked by Congressman Manuel. To the COA, now, the Office of the Vice President made an appeal. Okay? Now, ang question, timeline po tayo. Timeline. So, an appeal will be discussed dun sa director, then commission proper. How long will it take? Yung
COA.
appeal.
Sino
How
po
long
sa
will
inyo?
it take?
COA. Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair, may I ask
The
a
appeal.
repetition? The appeal is...
How long will it take?
They are given 180 days po from...
Tama, 180 days.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, within 6 months.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
after that, after the 180 days, which is 6
Ang
months,
tanong po ni Congressman Paduano, after the appeal, gaano po ninyo katagal bago sagutin or maglabas po kayo ng recommendation?
sandali po. Chairman,
Ay,
kasi
please.
any office, no, for that matter, and in this case, the Office of the Vice President is given 180 days or 6 months from the appeal. Now, so, bibigyan sila ng 6 months. And now, for example, the appeal supposedly started when the NDA, no, Notice of Disallowance started January. So, ang appeal niya will be pwedeng June 30. Tama? On that year. Tama? Last day, for example, of that 180 days. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then again, after the appeal, iakyat sa commission proper.
Mr. Chair, the appeal is filed before the commission proper, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi na dadaan doon sa director. Diretso na po sa commission proper.
Hindi na po.
Okay, now, upon the receipt of the commission proper, how long will it take for the commission proper to decide?
Under our rules, Mr. Chair, 60 days po. But,
sorry, 60 days.
yes.
That's 2 months. Okay. But what, please?
But the commission proper may release its decision beyond the 60 days, considering the peculiarity of the case, and of course the appreciation of the submitted documents, Your Honor.
So you're telling the peculiarity of the case in the case of the office of the Vice President is so peculiar? That is why that will go beyond 60 days? Are you saying that?
Your Honor, actually, what the rules prescribe is 60 days.
Yun ang rules,
Yes.
di ba? Now, Mr. Chairman, just a short manifestation. Ito ngayon, ang problema. Kasi we are conducting this inquiry in aid of legislation because we have to have a legislative action in this case. Again, part of my manifestation, Mr. Chair, we have to review. We have to review that 180 days because that is too long. Kasi, pwede kasi mangyari talaga na last day of that 180 days, sa kanila sagutin yung appeal. Diba? Magpadala ng appeal. Then after that, under the rules, is another 60 days. And it will take 8 months, Mr. Chairman. That's why, again, it was already discussed in the previous hearing in my committee. And I want to appeal to the COA to please have an amendment on such, because that is not a law. That is just a policy, an IRR of the COA. And, Mr. Chairman, allow me to discuss furthermore later. But as of now, Mr. Chairman, I would like to manifest that iyon po ang problema ng COA. Because 180 days and another 60 days, it's too long to give justice to the funds being appropriated by any agency. I'm not just pointing to the Office of the Vice President. It happens even in any agency, and even with regards to the case under my committee, in the case of Mamba, no, Governor Mamba, until now the COA has not yet submitted its final report. That's why, again, I'm appealing to the COA. Last year pa po, last year budget niyo pa. And hopefully, bukas nakasala kayo, di ba? Kaya lang may quadcom ako bukas. Kasi kung wala akong quadcom, sisingilin ko ulit kayo because this issue has been taking too long since last year pa, Mr. Chairman. And that's, as of now, Mr. Chairman, I end my manifestation and I will proceed later with the specifics with regards to the issue about the co-audit report of the Office of the Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po. We will now recognize the Honorable Vice Chairman J. Konghun.
Just a statement, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this inquiry is not to attack anyone, but to shed light on matters that affect our nation's governance. Refusing to testify under oath sends a signal that there is something to avoid. If there is nothing to conceal, why not take the oath? It is the basic act of accountability that all public officials must be willing to undertake. When a public official refuses to take an oath, it opens the questions about the truthfulness of their statement. Taking the oath is not just a legal formality, it is a commitment to honesty. Any refusal to do so undermines trust in public statements. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable J. Konghun. Yes, Honorable Lara.
Chair, just a manifestation also with regards to COA. Relative dun sa binanggit ni Chairman Paduano, considering na lahat ng mga investigation natin when it comes to public funds, ang number one na kailangan natin is the COA. No? Kasi alam naman natin ang role ng COA dito. So, ang ano ko lang, sa lahat, nabanggit niya yung Mamba case and others. Palagi ang germane na issue here is the duration from which na-finalize nyo yung report ninyo. So, eto from your end, no, Mr. Chair, sana parating ito kay Chairman ng COA once and for all, no, na yung you try to review yung mga policies na finormulate ninyo. No, kasi ito sa mga pagdinig namin, no, ang the whole COA process from the time na magkaroon ng audit to AOM to notice of disallowance to the filing of proper cases. Palagi niyong tandaan na Mr. Chair, on the part of COA, yung dokumento talaga na manggagaling sa kanila is a very, very crucial. If not, yun yung talagang magdidiin kung meron talagang paglabag sa lahat na ito. Katulad ng issues natin ngayon, no? Dito sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. So, ito po, with due respect sa COA, no? Yung mga you should also take in consideration all the processes, notwithstanding the dilatory tactics that causes the delay. No, kasi katulad nito, 180 days, bibigyan nyo from which to appeal. Baka meron ulit ito, isasubmit ulit, no, na nag-i-issue ng o mag-sisik ng another extension of time na pinagbibigyan ninyo. So, ito, just to manifest, Mr. Chair, if it would be formulated and legislated, itong mga ganitong mga bagay in terms of duration, kasi alam naman natin ang purpose, number one purpose ng lahat ng pagdinig natin dito sa Kongreso is in aid of legislation, no? Para hindi na maulit ito, kung pwede, mapaiksian natin, no, itong mga duration, in terms of duration, no, should be reviewed. Halos lahat ng cases involving government funds, kailangan ang final COA report for filing appropriate charges. And with due respect sa COA, Mr. Chair, tingin tuloy ng ating mga kababayan na kayo ang cause of delay ng pagpa-file ng mga proper charge. If not, no, in some cases, in cahoots tuloy ang tingin na nila sa inyo, which is not also fair, no, sa COA. No, pwede natin gawin, total, ang tagal nyo naman na ginagawa itong prosesong ito, Mr. Chair, ng COA. From your end, sana, kayo na mag-propose sa amin, no, kung paano natin mapabilis ang mga proseso natin. Kasi katulad nung binabanggit ni Chairman Paduano kanina, it's only a policy formulated din coming from the COA, Mr. Chair. So, ito, ang appeal ko lang, Mr. Chair, para lahat ito, para hindi nila ma-misinterpret na katulad nito, trabaho lang ginagawa natin, tapos baka iba ang ini-insinuate ng iba na nagpopolitika tayo dito. Ang ano ko lang, kung ma-shorten lahat ito, or magawa ng policy talaga when it comes to COA, no, na mapabilis lahat itong mga proseso natin. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair, just to manifest.
Thank you. The next to interpolate is the Honorable Paulo Ortega.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Short manifestation lang po. Marami pa rin po tayong tanong. Parang back to the future po yung nangyari sa atin, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa budget briefings nga before. But still, we will pursue our question, sir. Pero since hindi nga po nag-oath si ating Vice President and she left early, hindi rin po siya, malamang hindi rin po siya sasagot ng mga tanong, Mr. Chair. And ipe-pursue pa rin natin yung mga katanungan natin, Mr. Chair. That's why I will ask nga po for the support of this committee. Magsasubmit po ako ng mga tanong na nais ko pong tanungin sa Office of the Vice President saka yung mga iba't ibang ahensya po na nandito. At isasubmit ko po sa komite at aabangan po natin kung anong written na answers po ang ibibigay nila sa ating komite. Kasi may mga tanong po na galing naman po sa aming respectable districts. Hindi naman po namin alam kung paano namin sasagutin ng direkta yung mga taga-lugar namin. Marahil po, pati yung mga ibang nagtanong po dito, may mga tanong din po pag umuwi sila sa kanilang districts on how the confidential funds and how the other funds were used. At kung bakit po iniiwasan yung mga tanong at kalahati po nung statement nga po kanina is puro naman po sa pamumulitika at sa susunod po na eleksyon. Total, yung mga tanong naman po is previous years at hanggang sa 2024, Mr. Chair. So, I will submit to this honorable committee yung mga tanong po na gusto po nating masagot ng Office of the Vice President, ng COA at saka ng DBM, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. The next to interpolate, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Ramon Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, most of yung katanungan po natin, we were hoping to direct to the OVP. And we were expecting that this is no longer a budget hearing. At the very least, yung mga USEC and ASEC that were requested to be here would be around. But given na wala po sila at wala rin po tayong maitanong sa OVP, siguro initial questions lang po sa COA. But I will be reserving most of my questions for probably the next hearing kapag nandito na po yung appropriate representatives.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may tanong lang po una ako sa 500 million na confidential funds ng OVP for fiscal year 2023 po, no? Noong 2022, nag-request po ng OVP ng 500 million para sa confidential funds for GAA 2023. Is this correct po? May we ask any representative of the COA? Of the DBM pala po, mas appropriate siguro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair.
Yusek Toledo.
Yeah,
you're
Mr. Chair.
recognized.
For 2023, there was a request for confidential fund for 500 million pesos, Mr. Chair.
And the 500 million that was requested by the OVP was approved by the DBM and was consequently also approved by the House and the Senate. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It was approved by the Congress, yes.
Mr. Chair, would the good USEC be aware po kung ano po yung justification that was propounded by the OVP to the DBM for the request of 500 million?
DBM, please continue. Kong Rog, kanino po ninyo ina-address yung question?
Sa DBM rin po.
Yes. Yusek
I
Toledo,
believe po,
please.
Mr. Chair, the justification of any budget proposed for the President's budget, yung NEP po, ay dumadaan sa DBM. So I think they would have they would be in the proper position to answer this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Basically, the proposed contingent, confidential fund for 2020 is the same as they used for 2022 that was approved through the release of the contingent fund, which is basically for the good governance engagement and social services projects of the Office of the Vice President, which I related earlier as far as where to use that. Basically for the safe implementation of various projects activities of the Office of the Vice President across its satellite offices. Okay, so also the conduct of its official engagements and functional representation in the international and local events. Also the implementation of various projects and activities relevant to national security and peace and order, and implementation of the same with proper security and safety protocols for the benefit of the institution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would agree that those would be activities precisely within the purview of the use of confidential funds. And I believe that if that was the justification given to the DBM, it would be understandable po na ito po yung talagang i-approve nila. However, Mr. Chair, in hindsight, in retrospect, which is 2020, there were actually signs already na there was confusion as to the proper use of these funds. If I recall, there's an article actually in which a certain attorney Munsayak in 2022 mentioned in justifying the program of the OVP, and actually this is something that I was supposed to ask the OVP. Pero dahil wala po sila, I will just relay what I have read. And hopefully they can just confirm it at a later time. Ang sabi po nila, sa ilalim ng good governance program ng OVP, kasama po dapat sa confidential funds usage yung libreng sakay, pagbabag o campaign, OVP food trucks, livelihood programs like Magnegosyo Taday, which should be noted is the precise program that is suffering from 0.4% utilization rate, no? And medical assistance and burial assistance. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the DBM, had they known, if kung ito po yung magiging justification for CIF request for 500 million, would in his opinion, would this have been allowed by the Secretary of the DBM? Was this within the purview of the use of confidential funds, Mr. Chair?
Yusek Toledo, please answer.
Mr. Chair, I think some of those programs or projects that were mentioned should all be good to be implemented by the other different implementing agencies. So I will leave that to my answer that the confidential fund should always be related to what has been for the good governance project, engagement and social services project of the Office of the Vice President.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I agree with that. But on its face po, no, yung binanggit ni Attorney Munsayak, would this be considered yung security requirements for the implementation? Kasi po, very general lamang po ang sinabi niya eh. It just mentioned the programs itself, and I don't know if may security component po yung, for example, libreng sakay. I don't know kung may security component yung Magnegosyo Taday. Definitely, maybe not with the Pagbabago campaign. Medical assistance, burial assistance.
Mr. Chair, as a matter of fact, we have some sort of exclusive use for the confidential fund. Basically, if I may enumerate it, Mr. Chair, one is purchase of information necessary for formulation and implementation of programs relevant to national security, peace, and order, rental of transportation vehicles and maintenance of safe houses used for confidential activities, purchase of rental supplies, equipment, among others, for confidential operations, payment of rewards to informers, subject, of course, to guidelines, and then uncover or prevent illegal activities that may pose danger to the agency or its personnel or property, and I guess others that may be authorized by the, of course, the General Appropriations Act and special laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, of course, I can't speak for the committee, but we can consider na parang outside of the purview of the enumerated instances, yung ginawang justification po nitong Attorney Monsayak. But this is something, I guess, that we'll pursue at a later time. Mr. Chair, may I ask po, in relation to the Good Governance Program, and I think I could ask this to the COA, if it'll be okay. Is there a requirement for a physical and financial plan when it comes to the Good Governance Program? Is this a requirement when disbursing?
Who will answer po sa COA?
Mr. Chair, good morning.
Please identify yourself.
I'm Fahadin, or the audit team leader of the OBP.
Okay, please continue.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. For the question relative to the work and financial plan, I think I do not have the knowledge if it is required, but then based on our regulation, it is not part of the regulatory or documentary requirements for the disbursement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move to the next question. The rest of this po requires answers from the OVP, but I will reserve that for the next session po siguro, next hearing. Mr. Chair, in relation to the procurement for OVP satellites not fully compliant with procurement law, pag-upo po ni VP Duterte noong July 2022,
Congressman
it was
Gutierrez,
reported...
you still have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. It was reported that satellite offices would be part of the thrust of the OVP. And at that time, there were still no office spaces. Was the DBM, I would like to direct this to DBM, Mr. Chair. Was the DBM made aware of the OVP's intention to set up satellite offices? I understand sa line item, wala pong specific dun, no? So, OVP. Perhaps this was by object of expenses. Basically, yung tanong ko po is, aware po ba yung DBM of the intention of the OVP to set up satellite offices?
BBM? Please.
Mr. Chair, that's part of the request when they requested for the confidential fund.
Confidential
Contingent.
fund?
Yeah, contingent.
Contingent fund po yung
Yeah,
ginamit.
yeah,
So this
Mr.
is
Chair.
this question is not about the CIF.
Yeah, yeah.
no? So out of the contingent fund, dun lumabas. So it was not part of any line item. Mr. Chair, in the history of the DBM po, and I know I've asked this during the budget deliberation, but I'd like to reiterate. Has this been an occurrence for previous administrations? Has any other vice president requested the establishment of satellite offices? And if they did they source it from the contingent fund?
Mr. Chair, we'll just check our record, but I can't recall if there's was such a request then in the previous administration.
And I think this was answered previously kasi wala naman po talaga. But we'd like to get a final determination by the DBM, a final confirmation na wala po talaga. Now, based on the 2022 OVP Annual Audit Report, there was a finding that hindi po dumaan sa maayos na procurement or bidding yung property, plant, and equipment and semi-expendable properties for the satellite offices. Would the COA be able to expound on this annual finding in the annual audit report, Mr. Chair?
COA?
Mr. Chair, Marvin Joshua J. Politic po. Yes, Mr. Chair, we confirm that in the 2022 RR, we noted that some of the semi-expendable and PPE were procured through reimbursement and not fully compliant with the RA 9184.
Mr. Chair, this is interesting. What is the proper mode po? We don't do reimbursement. Dapat may specific item po ito and we would do competitive bidding po ba? Or is there a specific mode that is allowable under the COA regulations?
For purchase of equipment and PPE, there are alternative modes of procurement under the 9184. For example, small value procurement, emergency purchase if the need and if there is emergency identified for the purchase.
And in your finding po through the Honorable Chair, was there any justification for this And none of those three would include by reimbursement po no, sa kanilang officers. So was there any justification for this mode of acquisition, Mr. Chair? Mode of procurement, I mean?
So the management stated that due to the time constraints imposed by the RA 9184, the procurement unit was unable to process the requests at that time of the opening of the satellite offices. So the property unit, on the other hand, does not have the necessary office equipment at the time of the opening. It was agreed during the discussion meeting with their office that reimbursement would be the best option to address the immediate need.
Mr. Chair, is that a valid, yung sabi po ng management, is that a valid excuse sa kanilang opinion po? Would this count as irregular? Ano po yung basis natin sa COA for having findings? You have an acronym po, no? Irregular, excessive. Can you run us down through that, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, these are not compliant with the 9184 or can be considered as irregular.
So irregular po siya. But sorry, to enlighten us lang po, ano po yung basis po natin? I remember it was mentioned during the budget hearing. I forgot lang yung shortcut ninyo. You have irregular, unconscionable. Can you give us, I think it was 5?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can I answer?
Yes, through the Honorable Chair, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have illegal expenditure, irregular, unnecessary, extravagant, unconscionable, and excessive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in this case, mukhang irregular, highly irregular po yung procurement process.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay lang, Mr. Chair. I will not take up any more time. The rest of it naman po would be properly answered by the OVP. So in that case, Mr. Chair, I will yield to the other interpolators. Maraming salamat po, COA and DBM. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will proceed to the next interpolator, the Honorable Congresswoman Luistro. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to manifest that
the refusal of Her Excellency Vice President Sara Duterte to take her oath in today's hearing in the conduct of inquiry in aid of legislation is an affirmation of her stand, her position during the budget briefing of the OVP. And this representation wishes to manifest that when the resource speaker does not take her oath, then it follows that whatever statement she will provide, we call it, it could not hold any water. That being not under oath, the same cannot be used as an evidence in any inquiry, in any proceeding, Mr. Chair. In other words, her refusal to answer in the last budget briefing of the OVP is tantamount to her stand in today's inquiry of refusing to take her oath. That is for manifestation, Mr. Chair. And with that, Mr. Chair, I wish to remind the committee, our esteemed colleagues, and the Filipino people of the constitutional mandate that public office is a public trust. When there is a question, we're bound to answer. We're bound to explain. As a matter of fact, no less than the Philippine Constitution provides, we are accountable to the Filipino people at all times. We are now confronted by the issue on confidential fund. And I wish to emphasize, ang confidential fund po ay pera ng taong bayan. And we owe it to the people to explain kung paano ito ginastos, saan ito napunta, and to be specific, sinunod po ba natin ang joint circular regulating the use of confidential fund. Mr. Chair, I wish to raise as well, to invoke as well, and remind our esteemed colleagues that pursuant to the separation of power, we, the Congress, is exercising the power to legislate. Under this power, we also have the power of the purse. We can amend, we can revise, we can approve, and we can disapprove the budget that was proposed to us by the executive. And I wish to remind as well that the best instrument which shows the power of the purse of the people is no less than the General Appropriations Bill, which is an embodiment of the allocation for the entire Philippine government, which is the result of the legislative process of the Congress. In other words, ang budget po ng ating bansa ay napapaloob din sa isang batas, saklaw ng kapangyarihan ng Kongreso, and that is the power to legislate. To be able to make sure that the power of the purse is properly exercised, we are granted as well by the oversight power. And that is to make sure that all our legislations, that includes the budget of the national government, the General Appropriations Act, are well complied with by our fellow public servants. And to make sure, and as a consequence of this oversight power, we have this inquiry in aid of legislation. So I just wish to remind the Filipino people, and that includes the OVP, ito po ay trabaho ng Kongreso. Busisiin ang budget. And not only that, to exercise the oversight power to make sure na yun pong ating mga nakaraang legislation, that includes the General Appropriations Act, ay nagamit ng tama ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno. I hope that the OVP will be enlightened to address the issues instead of attacking this institution, of politicizing and matters concerning politics, Mr. Chair. Third, Mr. Chair, we should be uniform in the application of our rules. If we are guided by the constitutional mandate that public office is a public trust, if we observe malfeasance, misfeasance, and non-feasance in the LGUs, as a matter of fact, we have pending inquiry in aid of legislation concerning LGUs. Kung iniimbestigahan po natin ang Office of the Mayor, kung iniimbigastahan po natin ang Office of the Governor, by equality under the law, we should conduct an investigation as well to the Office of the Vice President. And I wish to thank the Honorable Valeriano for taking a stand before the plenary to initiate this inquiry in aid of legislation to address the observation not only of this representation, but of our fellow members of the Committee on Appropriations about the irregularities which we have seen already in the disbursement of fund, as a matter of fact, not only of the confidential fund, but even the regular allocation of the OVP. With that, Mr. Chair, may I proceed to my question for the COA? Kanina
Yes.
po,
But after your lengthy manifestation, you have
Mr.
already
Chair.
consumed 4
just
minutes.
one question,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Just
Chair,
one question.
Yes, the Honorable Marcoleta.
May I offer a counter manifestation, Mr. Chair?
Later po, 1 minute na lang po siya and then
Kasi
I will
baka
record.
makalimutan yung continuity, yung flow ng discussion. I'd like to ask only, Mr. Chair, by way of manifestation, is there anybody who is questioning the power of the purse of Congress? Is there anybody who is questioning the legislative function and oversight function of Congress? Is there? Because if there is none, then we are not supposed to overextend the discussion or any manifestation because nobody is questioning that. And I think nobody could question that. Even the privileged speech of the Honorable Valeriano. I think the proper question there, the proper title is not asserting the power of the purse. We should not assert it because that power is inherent in us. Asserting or not asserting that power is of no moment. Yun po ay birthright. Yun po is inherent right of Congress. And let me make of record, the office of the Vice President, to my mind, did not undermine the power of the purse. When she personally came in the first hearing and presented herself, including the budget by way of a PowerPoint presentation, she made a presentation, Mr. Chair. And after that, she made a categorical statement that she said, I forgo, Madam Chair, I forgo my opportunity to defend the budget of the Office of the President by way of question and answer, and instead I leave it to the discretion of the House of Representatives on their decision to decide on the proposal as presented. This is a very respectful answer. Mr. Chair, I did not find any offensive remark in that particular statement. She gave the entire House of Representatives the entire discretion and the entire right to decide on the proposal she presented before us. Why would we blame her for saying that she disrespected Congress? No, sir. I think it was triggered by the fact that questions were asked in relation to the confidential and intelligence funds. To my mind, Mr. Chair, these particular funds were subjected to a notice of disallowance. But the notice of disallowance by its nature, by its very nature, Mr. Chair, is contestable. It is appealable. It is yet to be explained. And initially, as explained by the representative of COA, the notice of disallowance suffered by way of supporting documents, by way of non-compliance with certain requisites. What if the Vice President is able to provide all the supporting documents? What if finally she is able to come up with the requisites required in order for you to consider that all these funds are eventually are allowable and they are not disallowed? And chances are she may be able to do that. Hindi po final judgment ang notice of disallowance. As a matter of fact, based on COA's own representation the other day, the Vice President received the notice of disallowance only on August 24, 2024, which means, Mr. Chair, the Vice President has 6 months within which to reply and make an answer. That is correct, Madam COA. So, 6 months is up to February 2025. We should give her all the allowance. We should give her the time. Because 6 months is 6 months. So why are we rushing to make a judgment? As a matter of fact, as I have already initiated earlier, Mr. Chair, when you said that anything we can discuss in this committee provided it is of public interest, and you said that intelligence funds and confidential funds are public interest, but I said because of our own rules, we should make a prior and preliminary determination that is directly and principally connected to malfeasance, misfeasance, or non-feasance. We have not made that determination. How can we now begin questioning whether or not the intelligence funds covered by an initial notice of disallowance is already directly and principally connected with non-feasance or misfeasance or malfeasance? Madam COA, how many agencies of government today are subjected to notice of disallowance? Do you have a number? How many agencies today?
With all due respect to the
Before
Honorable
I,
But that is a question I will leave, and I will
Yes.
terminate
But-
my manifestation, Madam.
Yes, but I will.
I
I
believe,
would like
Mr.
to
Chair, that
respond.
this is still my time.
Yes, but I would like to respond to your manifestation, Congressman Marcoleta.
Parliamentary
Let
inquiry,
me.
Mr. Chair. Parliamentary inquiry
What is
muna.
the parliamentary inquiry of the
I would
Honorable
like to
Abante?
ask the Honorable Marcoleta, is he rebuking this committee?
What is the question, Mr. Chair?
Are you rebuking this committee?
Why am I supposed to rebuke the committee? I am
You
not.
have been saying things for a while.
What?
You have been rebuking this committee.
You are
We're
saying
not,
that.
We're not blaming the Vice President on this.
I asked
Honorable
the
Marcoleta,
question.
we
I asked
are
the
not
question.
blaming
You do not have the right to
One
demand
minute,
that.
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Move to suspend.
Before I recognize the Honorable Congressman Luistro, let me first respond to the manifestation of the Honorable Marcoleta. Let me cite Section 4, Rule 4, Section 1, last paragraph, which provides that the filing or pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, quasi-judicial, or administrative body shall not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a legislative purpose. What we are doing right now is we are doing our mandate. This hearing is in aid of legislation. So, wala pa naman po tayong inaakusahan dito. The fact that the issue is still with COA and is still pending appeal, it does not stop this committee from conducting an inquiry in aid of legislation to conduct or to carry out our legislative purpose. So, yun lamang po. With this, I would like to give the... Ilang minuto pa po? Ma'am, you still have 1 more minute.
Mr. Chair, in response to the Honorable Marcoleta, this representation did not say that the OVP is questioning the power of the Congress. However, Mr. Chair, I wish to state for the record, how else will you interpret her refusal to answer? How else will you interpret her refusal to take an oath? I think, Mr. Chair, the only reasonable interpretation on her gestures is that she refused to participate in the investigation or inquiry in aid of legislation that we are conducting. Secondly, Mr. Chair, about the notice of disallowance, we take cognizance of the fact that this is not yet final and executory. As a matter of fact, the COA commented that the OVP has a period of 180 days, equivalent to 6 months to solicit to make an appeal for the purpose of seeking for a possible reversal of the ND. However, Mr. Chair, kapag ba may ND, bawal na bang malaman ito ng publiko? Kapag ba may ND, bawal na bang imbestigahan ito? And it is on this light that I invoke that public office is a public trust, and at all times, we are accountable to the Filipino people. In response to his comment about the possibility of the ND being reversed, I think I made a manifestation already in the last budget briefing of the DepEd. If in the event that the ND is reversed, in spite of having this inquiry already, the COA is not precluded. The COA is not prevented from sharing to the Filipino people that the OVP was able to justify, and therefore we are reversing the ND. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I wish to emphasize that there is no law which prevents the Congress, which prevents the COA from discussing, deliberating on the subject matter of the notice of disallowance. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I still have a question?
I will give you 1 minute.
Para lang po sa understanding ng mga Pilipino, pwede po bang pakidistinguish in layman's term, confidential fund from regular fund in 2 aspects. One is procurement, second is liquidation. Because we've been discussing about CF, confidential fund. The question is, naiintindihan ho ba tayo ng mga Pilipinong mamamayan? Now, I think it's high time for us to explain, COA, ano po ba ang diferensya o pagkakaiba, confidential from regular, with respect to one is procurement and second is liquidation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
COA, any representative from COA? Yes, Attorney Camora.
As to the confidential fund, it refers to a lump sum amount provided to NGAs, LGUs, and COBs for their confidential expenses, which expenses pertain to or are related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. The audit of the confidential fund is based on the...
Can we explain on the process of procurement or disbursement? You said it is a lump sum fund. May procurement process po ba kapag confidential fund?
Since it involves confidential activities,
There is none.
There is no procedures on procurement.
No compliance to procurement law is necessary for confidential fund.
Yes,
There
Madam
is no
Chair.
posting,
Mr.
there is
Chair.
no bidding. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And with respect to the regular fund, we have to comply. In other words, the law on procurement and bidding has to be followed. Tama po?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes po, tama po.
Yes. Now let's go to liquidation. Ano pong diferensya ng confidential fund with the regular fund in terms of liquidation?
Mr. Chair, yung sa liquidation ng confidential fund is provided for under the joint circular. So, hindi po necessary na sinusunod namin yung sa regular fund.
Summary and in layman's term, ma'am, how do you make it more understandable for the Filipino people? Pagdating ng liquidation, distinguish natin CF from regular fund.
Mr. Chair, sa liquidation po ng CF, kung ano po ang required ng joint circular na documents to be submitted, yun po yung kailangan nilang isubmit, otherwise deficient yung liquidation nila.
Which is less compared to the regular fund.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Way
Mr.
less
Chair.
than the requirements for the liquidation of regular fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In short, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, ano po ba yung mga requirements sa regular fund for purposes of liquidation na hindi nyo hinihingi sa confidential fund? In brief lang po.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am only aware of the requirements ng sa confidential. So, may I ask the help of ano?
Mr. Chair, may I just manifest my request that I hope to hear a very clear explanation from the
Maybe we
COA
can,
on our next hearing.
Maybe we can address that question to the state auditor,
Yes, Mr.
Attorney
Chair.
Tomawis. Would you like to respond to the query of the Honorable Luistro?
Mr. Chair, for the information, for the regular fund, for the liquidation of regular fund, it is subject to the COA circular wherein there is a documentary requirements required to be submitted. Then for the confidential fund, I have no exact information because it is based on the another joint circular. So there are two circulars to be required to be complied with. The COA circular, which is the documentary requirements for regular audit or for the regular transactions, and for the confidential fund, there is that joint circular that must be complied with.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to the COA, this representation is not satisfied with the answer. So may I request for a better and clearer explanation on how we distinguish CF from regular fund in terms of procurement, that is one, and in terms of liquidation, that is two. We will be looking forward, Mr. Chair, to listening to the discussion and explanation of the COA on our next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
the Honorable Vice Chair Acop.
May I just ask some clarification which is connected with the questions of the Honorable Luistro?
With the indulgence of the Honorable Junicio, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know from COA or from DBM, doon po sa mga GA natin, magkahiwalay po yung provision ng intelligence at sa confidential funds. Di po ba? Would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So, bakit po magkaiba? Bakit may separate provision yung intelligence fund, may separate provision yung confidential fund.
Attorney Camora, please respond.
Mr. Chair, saga din po yung difference actually po, which is ang intelligence fund po ay refers to those intelligence information gathering of uniformed and military personnel, and it has something to do with national security, while sa confidential expenses is for the civilian government po.
Specifically for what?
That are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency.
Now, may I know if they are also required to submit reports of the utilization of these funds?
Intel funds po,
Both
Mr. Chair.
funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
To whom should they submit reports regarding their utilization?
Mr. Chair, as to the confidential funds, they need to submit for NGAs to the President of the Philippines, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and to other agencies to the Department Secretary. As to the Intel Fund, they submit their accomplishment report to the President of the Philippines.
Now, may I know what agency would look after the reporting of such? Sino po ang tumitingin kung ito'y nako-comply? Because I think this is part of the GAA, and the GAA is a law.
Mr. Chair, it is part of the required documents that they have to
Sino
submit.
po ang tumitingin na dapat nako-comply ang mga ito? Which agency of government? Kasi lahat po ng GAA may provision tungkol sa intelligence fund at saka confidential fund. It is always part of the GAA regarding provisions for the utilization of such. Di po ba? Oh, so sinabi nyo, it is required that they should submit reports. But who looks after the compliance of these agencies concerned?
Is it not the audit of the COA po?
It is also not the jurisdiction of DBM?
Mr. Chair, I think if it's on the utilization of funds, it's more on the COA.
Kaya nga po, it refers to intelligence and confidential funds. May reportorial requirements po ito. Now, who looks after the compliance of such?
Mr. Chair, kung yung sa liquidation po, sa COA po siya nagpupunta, yung reports po. And then, yung sa reporting agencies, it's the accomplishment report po of
Kayo
the
po ang
Intel and
nagsabi
Confidential
kanina
Fund.
na yung confidential fund, the reports must be made to the President of the Republic of the Philippines, doon po sa Senate President representing the Senate, at saka yung Speaker of the House representing the House. So, how do you determine whether this is complied with?
Part of the required documents is a proof of submission to the above agencies.
So, kayo,
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
kayo pala ang may jurisdiction nito na nagsasubmit sila ng mga reports in compliance with the provision of the GAA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya po, it's one of the required documents, yung proof po of submission.
No, nagpakalayo-layo pa tayo, madam. Kayo pala eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. The Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker
Thank you,
is
Mr. Chairman.
recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow members of this 19th Congress and this good government and public accountability.
Boss.
As an ex officio member of this committee on good government and public accountability, please permit me the liberty to state that the legislative inquiry undertaken by this committee forms an integral part of its power to conduct legislative inquiries in aid of legislation. And in this case, as it relates to the exercise of the power of the purse of Congress itself. The Vice President, as an invited resource person, unfortunately refused to take an oath to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth before this committee. We have allowed the same only in this particular instance. In deference and with utmost respect to the office of the Vice President. Mr. Chairman, we also underscore that refusal to take an oath before this committee or any legislative hearing in Congress should not be considered as a precedent, as it goes against the power of Congress to conduct legislative inquiries under Article 6, Section 21 of the Constitution, as discussed in the case of Arnold versus Nazareno. This power of inquiry is coextensive with the power to legislate. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Valeriano is, before I recognize the Honorable Marcoleta, just a quick manifestation with the indulgence of Honorable Marcoleta, quick manifestation of the Honorable Congressman Valeriano. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in relation to the manifestation of Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzales, ito pong committee hearing natin ay initial deliberation and preliminary determination of my privilege speech last September 3. Partly nung speech ko po, and I quote again, hindi pera ng pangalawang Pangulo ang Office of the Vice President budget para sa 2022, 2023, 2024 at 2025. Pondo ng bayan yan. At yung iba po, pagkakataon na sana niyang patunayan sa Kongreso at sambayanan kung sino ang naging beneficiary ng kanyang mga socio-economic programs. At doon po, nilagay ko rin sa kanilang 2025 budget proposal, mayroong 977,615 beneficiaries at meron ding 793 strategic partnership noong 2023. Ako po ay natuwa kanina sa pagdating ni Vice President dahil ang buong akala ko ay masasagot niya yung katanungan ko sa privilege speech. Subalit, sa pagtanggi niya po ng pag-take ng oath at halos hindi niya rin po sinagot ay nakakalungkot din po. At asahan po ninyo na kung sakali man na maging maayos ang kinalabasan ng COA findings, ako po ay nakahanda ulit na tumayo at magsalita ulit kung ano man ang magiging rekomendasyon ng Commission on Audit. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Honorable Marcoleta is now recognized for his interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sasamantalahin ko na po ang presence po ng mga kinatawan ng Commission on Audit. Gusto ko po sanang itanong mula sa kanila, ano-ano pong mga opisina ng ating pamahalaan o ahensya ang pinagkakalooban po ng intelligence and confidential funds?
Attorney Camora, please respond.
Confidential funds are given to NGAs, to LGUs, and some GOCCs po.
You can elaborate, Madam Representative, sino po sa mga LGUs ang binibigyan po ng intelligence and confidential funds?
Sa LGUs po, Depende po sa LGU, sa POP po nila, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po ba yung mga opisina ng mayor ay nakakatanggap ng intelligence and confidential funds?
As long as it is part of their budget, Madam Chair, ay Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga po tinatanong ko sa inyo, kayo po nakakaalam kasi kung sino-sino sa kanila. Karaniwan po yung opisina ng mayor, nakatatanggap po. Maring hindi lahat, ngunit nakatatanggap po basically yung opisina ng mayor. Tama po?
According to the joint circular po, LGUs whose peace and order is a priority concern, sila po usually yung nag-allocate ng confidential funds.
Kaya nga po, base po sa record ninyo, may mga mayors po, opisina ng mayor, ang nakatatanggap ng confidential and intelligence funds. Kasi po kayo ang nag-o-audit eh.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Para hindi na tayo magtagal, ganun lang kasi. Pati po opisina ng gobernador, nakakatanggap din po ng ganung klaseng pondo, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun pong PNP, nakakatanggap po.
Intelligence fund po sa
Opo,
PNP.
yung AFP, nakakatanggap po.
Yes po, Mr.
Ang
Chair.
opisina po ng ating Pangulo ay nakakatanggap po ng intelligence funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon po, sa mga karamihan po ng opisina ng mayor at opisina ng gobernador at alimpang mga LGUs na maaaring makatanggap nito, depende sa kanilang pangangailangan. Yung AFP at saka yung ating kapulisan at ang ating ang opisina po ng ating Panguluhan, masasabi po ba ninyo na merong na-issuean po ng notice or notices of disallowance sa napakaraming opisina na tumatanggap ng ganitong pondo?
Mr. Chair, pagka meron naman pong mga ibang agencies na katanggap
Kaya nga po
ng
gusto ko pong malaman, halimbawa 2022 at saka 2023, ballpark figures lang po, ilan po sa mga official at sa mga opisina ng mayor na nakatanggap ng confidential or intelligence funds ang subjected to notices of disallowance? Ilan po sa opisina ng gobernador, ganun din po yung tanong. At saka sa iba't ibang mga opisina po, para malaman lang natin, kahit ballpark figures lang, ilan po yung na-issue nyo na notices of disallowance concerning these types of funds?
Mr. Chair, wala po kaming data on the said information today because we only have data on the OVP po. I cannot give an exact number
Bakit
po
po?
today.
Kasasabi nyo lang na meron din kayong sinubject sa notice of disallowance eh. Bakit po yung opisina lang ng OBP ang meron kayong record?
Yung hawak po namin ngayon, Mr. Chair, since ito po yung subject ng inquiry, we are prepared as to the OVP. Pero as to other
O sige po,
agencies-
ganito na lang. Meron po ba kayong estimated na bilang ng na-issue nyo na kayo po kasi pag intelligence and confidential funds, kayo po yung auditing unit ang nakatoka para tingnan po ang pagkakagasta ng tipo ng fondong ito. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Makapagsasabi po ba kayo ng estimated number? Ito po, kinabibilangan ng opisina ng mayor, ng gobernador, ng ISAP, ng kung ano-ano, ng siguro po, maski National Intelligence Security Council, AFP, ang kapulisan. Can you provide us a ballpark number of the notices of disallowance that your office has initially issued?
Mr. Chair, I cannot give you a ballpark figure now since hindi naman po ako involved sa entire ICFAO. So,
Wala po bang isa sa inyo na nakaupo ngayon sa aming harapan ang makapagbibigay man lang ng estimated number? Napakarami po ng mayor, napakarami po ng gobernador.
precisely, sir, kaya sa ibang division, wala po akong...
Pwede ba natin sabing 100 or 500 notices of disallowance?
I cannot say po, Mr. Chair.
How can you help us? We are supposed to be doing this in aid of legislation. Kaya namin kayo pinatawag para tulungan nyo kami.
Mr.
Ang
Chair,
sabi po ng jurisprudence, which was quoted by no less than the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Reynato Puno, quoting various jurisprudence. Kasama na po yung Arnold versus Nazareno. There should be a legislative purpose. That's number one requirement. The number two requirement, there should be pertinency in relation to those legislative purpose. Kaya po
Congressman Marcoleta,
tinatanong
you
ko,
have 1 minute.
tinatanong ko po ngayon, gaano karami, o sige ganito na lang, marami ba ang na-issue nyo po na notices of disallowance in connection with these types of fund?
Sir, I really cannot give an exact number
Hindi nga sabihin mo
today.
lang, marami.
Attorney,
Medyo marami.
Attorney Camora, could you please submit the documents that the Honorable Marcoleta is requesting?
Yes.
Kasi sa ngayon,
Mr.
bago ako
As to the
magtapos,
numbers.
Mr. Chair, I want
Yes,
to wind
Mr.
up now.
Yes.
I want
please
to wind up now. Can you at least sabihin mo lang, marami, medyo marami. Pati ba naman yun, hindi mo... Ang dami po nating mayor dito sa buong Pilipinas, ang daming gobernador, pati kapulisan, ISAP, AFP. So sabi mo kanina, marami na-cover ng... ilan ba?
Madam Chair, kung yung current year, I can answer na
O yung,
konti lang
on
po.
the average noon, yung halimbawa 2020, 2021, 2022, by way of your experience, by way of your former data.
Previous years po, I cannot say since bago lang po ako sa ICPAO. So, we could just provide you po with the documents.
Please wrap up. One last question, Congressman
What
Marcoleta.
about to the other members of the Commission on Audit? Through your experience, let's say in the last 10 years, wala kayong may bibigay? Alam po ninyo kung bakit ko tinatanong ito? Kung marami po kayong na-issue, at alam ko marami talaga, na notices of disallowance, pupuntahin natin dito lahat, hindi lang ang Office of the Vice President at dapat umupo dito. Lahat na po ng inisyuhan nyo ng notices of disallowance must sit here para makagawa po kami ng mas maganda, mas balanse na batas. Kung pag-uusapan po ay ang paggamit nitong intelligence funds. Do you understand, Madam?
Yes, I understand po the question.
So,
However,
the committee is expecting to receive the number as well as the pertinent records pertaining to the issuance of notices of disallowance to the municipal mayors, governors, the PNP, the AFP, and such other agencies who are recipients of intelligence and confidential funds, because later on we will also summon them and sit with us. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Congressman
Thank you.
Marcoleta, you cannot move because you are not a member of this committee.
It's good that you have raised that, Mr. Chair. I am a vice chair of this committee. On September 4, I was surprised because I saw the journal that I was replaced by my comare. The question is, if I am replaced as a vice chair, does that automatically mean that I am removed as a member of this committee? Before you answer that, Mr. Chair, I think I need some legal basis before you answer that.
Yes, your removal from the vice chair, you were removed in a plenary session, House Rules. Now, under Section 28 of the House Rules, it provides that the House shall, upon the recommendation of the Committee on Rules, organize committees, their membership, and jurisdiction. Therefore, your removal as vice chair and member of the House was a plenary action, and therefore, it should be the plenary who should include you as member or as vice chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it was very clear that I was removed as vice chair. I was not removed as a member.
Because you were
There is this distinction between being a member and vice chair. If I
Yes,
was
but-
removed as vice chair,
but your appointment as vice chair, you were not appointed as member. Your appointment was as vice chair. So hindi naman po kayo
Mr.
in-appoint
Chair.
muna as member bago kayo ginawang vice chair. Your immediate appointment was as vice chairman, and therefore your removal as vice chair will remove you as member also. Yun po yun. And
Well,
it's a
that is
plenary
your-
action. The committee has nothing to do with it.
That is your opinion, Mr. Chair, but I am expecting that some kind of a basis should be presented that upon removal of a vice chair, that automatically also removes him as a member of that committee. That's all I am asking, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
We have already answered the manifestation or the inquiry of the Honorable Marcoleta. Next to interpolate is
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable...
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, with the permission, with the indulgence of Honorable Dionisio, I would like to recognize the Honorable Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, under our rules, there's a motion for a point of order. And this is one of the highest motion that should be ruled by the chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, just a parliamentary procedure, the chairman should recognize the person that moves for a point of order because that is one of the highest motion that should be recognized by the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Noted, noted. Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Vice Chairman Abante.
with the indulgence of Congressman Dionisio, may I be recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, with the
just a point of inquiry. There's a motion for a point of order, and I have stated that is the one of the highest, well, in fact, second highest motion. So the chairman should rule on that point of order that was raised by, I think it's Congressman Valeriano.
My point of order is that the chairman already ruled na he was removed as vice chairman of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountabilities. That's
It
all,
was
Mr.
already
Chairman.
answered. It was already ruled, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Mr. Chair,
With the indulgence of Congressman Dionisio, the Chair would like to recognize the Vice Chairman Abante.
Mr. Chair, a while ago, COA has answered the question of Congressman Romy Acop as far as the difference between an intelligence fund and confidential fund. Can you please repeat that? Meron pagkakaiba ang intelligence fund saka ang confidential fund?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang Intel Fund po, it is given to uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners. And the purpose is for activities that have direct impact to national security. For confidential fund, they are given to civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency.
Okay, Mr. Chair, therefore, ang intelligence fund, hindi confidential fund.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
pero kanina, yung pong question ni Congressman Marcoleta, sinasabi niya palagi, confidential fund or intelligence fund. Am I right?
They are separate po.
O therefore, hindi po masyado naintindihan ni Congressman Marcoleta yung katanungan niya. Sapagkat kanya pinareho ang confidential fund at ang intelligence fund. Na gusto kong itanong, Mr. Chair, no? Sinabi niya kanina, sinabi mo na mayroong confidential fund ng mga mayors and governors, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Intelligence fund, meron ba silang intelligence fund?
Generally, wala po since hindi naman po sila uniformed personnel.
Okay, malinaw, Mr. Chair, na walang intelligence fund ang mga gobernador at mga mayor. Pero merong confidential fund. Yung pa ba? Tama ba ako?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yung mga vice mayor at vice governor, meron ba intelligence fund o confidential fund? Meron ba silang confidential fund ang vice mayor at vice governor?
Actually, sir, it's per agency po. So, if, for example, ma-designate na SDO ang vice, pwede po siyang mabigyan.
Ano yan? Ano yan?
If
he is
agency
designated
po.
as
If he is
mayor. Correct.
As SDO po.
Oh,
As SDO.
sabihin, if the vice mayor is designated as mayor, magkakaroon siya, correct?
As mayor po. As SDO po.
Ano SDO?
Special Disbursing Officer.
Special Dispersing
Special
Officer.
Yes.
Eh kung hindi, wala siyang confidential fund.
Yes.
O therefore, regularly, walang confidential fund ang Vice Mayor at ang Vice Governor.
Yes.
Ayan. Katulad din po yan ng Pangulo. Ang Pangulo dapat magkaroon ng confidential fund. Tama ho ba ako?
Kung based sa GAA po, tama
Opo.
po.
Pero ang Vice President, hindi kinakailangan magkaroon ng confidential fund. Am I right?
Not in...
Am I right? Not necessarily correct. Following my question on the line of questioning that I have with the Vice Governor and the Vice Mayor.
Sa NGAs po kasi, sir, what is expressly provided
Oo.
in the GAA? In the GAA po.
Then normally, katulad ng, I'm just following the question that I asked, di ba? Sabi mo kanina, yung Vice Governor at yung Vice Mayor, normally, wala yung confidential fund. Correct? Oh.
Yes, Madam. Mr.
Unless
Chair.
otherwise, they've been designated as what?
As SDO, Mr. Chair.
SDO, okay. Ganon din naman ang Pangulo at ang Vice President. Correct? Oh, kung yung Vice President designated din na ganyan, meron siyang confidential fund. Am I right?
Mr. Chair, what we only know is whoever is given confidential funds in the GAA can use
Siguro ang
confidential
DBM
funds.
pwede makasagot niyan. Yusek, pwede mo ba sagutin to?
Mr. Chair.
Yusek Toledo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is a provision in the GAA kung sino yung nabigyan po natin ng confidential fund, which is basically na-identify doon sa bawat GA po natin. For example, for 2023, nabigyan po natin ng ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno ng confidential fund from OP, tapos doon sa Office of the Vice President, at mayroon din sa DA, mayroon din sa DepEd, may DNRO. So all the way po, may listahan po tayo ng confidential funds na binibigyan natin sa bawat ahensya.
Yung po bang binigay nating confidential funds sa Vice President, is that normal? Is that a normal procedure? Is that a normal procedure or not? O ito lang ang kahilingan? Kahilingan lang po ito.
There was releases po natin in the previous administration, even Mr. Chair. So I think part of that, at may request po sila, so we provided them.
Kahilingan, request, di ba? But it is normal procedure. Si Vice President Lenny po ba, meron siyang confidential fund? Vice President Lenny Robredo? Nagkaroon ba siya ng confidential fund o hindi siya humiling?
I will check, Mr. Chair, of the data we have already for a while.
Yung ibang naging Vice President, for example, like Vice President Kabayan, Noli de Castro, meron po bang confidential fund?
As Mr. Chair, as far as for the Vice President Leonard Bredo, wala pong confidential funds.
Ayan,
po
wala.
na binigay natin.
Vice President de Castro, wala din, di ba?
I think wala rin po.
Vice President Doy Laurel, wala rin.
If I, that's too long. Wala. Sorry, sir. Yeah?
Hindi pa, bata pa kayo noon.
Wala pa. Yes, Mr. Chair, sorry for that. Pero yes, Mr. Chair, probably from the previous administration lately, as mentioned, si Vice Mayor, President Leonard Bredo, wala pong confidential fund.
Therefore, Yusek Toledo, taga saan po kayo, Toledo?
Sir, I'm from Region 1, North, Region 1 po ako.
Region 1, sa Ilocos.
Pangasinan, sir.
Saan?
From Pangasinan, Mr. Chair?
Pangasinan?
Yes, sir.
O, baka mag-anak kayo na misis ko. Toledo ang misis ko, taga
Please wrap
Pangasinan
up,
din.
Congressman Abante.
Hindi, natanong ko lang. Baka mag-anak ko to okay. Teka lang, meron pa akong tanong sandali So therefore, Mr. Chair, it is not a normal procedure for the Vice President to have confidential funds because the previous vice presidents did not ask for any confidential fund, Mr. Chair. That is what I'm trying to say. So therefore, this is just a request from the vice president. And being a very courteous DBM, you have given the vice president confidential fund because if that is normal procedure and according to law, you should have given already confidential fund to the vice president now. Di ba? Tama ba ako?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're right.
Ayun. O gusto ko lang po malaman, Mr. Chair, ng taong bayan natin na hindi po normal procedure na magkaroon ng confidential fund ang Vice President sapagkat yung mga previous na Vice President ay hindi po nagkaroon ng confidential. Ito po'y kahilingan lamang. Kaya ang tanong natin dito, bakit kinakailangan magkaroon ng confidential fund ang Vice Presidente? Tulad po ng tanong ni Congressman Marcoleta, wala na po siya rito. Yung mayor, yung governor, maaaring okay yon. Pero yung vice mayor at yung vice governor, normally, wala. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Before I recognize Congressman Pao Ortega, I would just like to make a short manifestation. That is precisely the reason and the purpose of this committee hearing because this is in aid of legislation. Now, we are seeing loopholes sa mga batas po natin. Kaya nga po, ginagawa po natin ito so that we will be able to draft or enact laws that will help us set certain parameters with respect to this issue. Kasi ngayon lang po natin nakikita to eh. So with that, the Honorable Ortega is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, with the indulgence of Congressman Dionisio. Yes,
Okay daw.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would just like to include for the consumption of the committee, Mr. Chair, and for the the questions of the Honorable Abante. And to your point and manifestation, Mr. Chair, we do agree na kaya nga po natin tinitignan to dahil nagkakaroon po ng mga problema sa loopholes yung batas na nagagawa. So for the year 2000, 5.1 million under Vice President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. 2002, 5.1 million under Sofisto Gingona Jr. 2005 to 2010, 6 million under Vice President Noli Di Castro. 2011, under Vice President Jejo Marbinay. 2016 to 2022, under VP Lenny Robredo, 0. And under the current Vice President, Mr. Chair, 2023 is 500 million, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman
may I
Abante.
recognize? Now, I do realize that it is upon the power of Congress to give, allow confidential fund. It is not the power of DBM, correct? Upon the power of Congress. Therefore, the Vice President should still be thankful that she was given a confidential fund by the power of Congress. Yun po yung gusto kong sabihin din sa inyo.
Thank you. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Dionisio for his interpellation.
Mr. Chair, sa wakas daw po. Hindi. Ang tatanong ko lang po kasi kung bakit napakaginaw dito ngayon. Hindi, Mr. Chair, biro lang. Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa pagkakataon na makapagtanong ng konting clarificatory questions. Naalala ko lang si Ma'am sa COA. Ma'am, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Kayo po yung nakatabi ko last time dun sa nakaraang hearing. It's a pleasure to meet you again, everyone sa ating mga resource speakers from COA. Meron lang po akong konting katanungan if you could enlighten this humble representation, ma'am. Regarding po dun sa procurement process na ginagawa natin sa pag-acquire dito sa Office of the Vice President or procurement process in general, ano po ba yung mga steps? Briefly lang, ma'am. Ano po ba yung mga steps na dinadaanan ng mga bidders?
May I ask the help of our ATL since wala pong procurement sa confidential.
Yes,
Sige, kahit
Yusek
sino po.
Toledo, Yusek Toledo, could you please respond to the query of the Honorable Dionisio?
May I request, well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, that po, of the request or query, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was just simply asking very briefly, ano po ba yung proseso ng procurement process? Very briefly, dinadaanan ng isang bidder.
Okay. Based doon sa rule po natin sa 9184 po, syempre po, ang procurement po natin ay dumadalat. Normally, it's through bidding process po siya, wherein, of course, the bidders, contractors will have to submit their bidding documents and that it will be processed and evaluated by the back po. That's initially the process.
Meron pong ano yan, di ba? Ang tawag doon yung pre-bid
Pre-
conference.
yes.
Tapos meron tayong public bidding, bid evaluation rating, tsaka post-qualification, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
The reason why I was asking this question, Mr. Chair, para makita lang yung maraming steps ang dinadaanan ng ating gobyerno para mabusisi maigi yung mga bidders na nag-a-apply sa ating gobyerno. So maraming steps na dinadaanan po. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Yung tanong ko lang po, I think na-mention na rin, pero gusto ko malaman, categorically, sino po ba sa DepEd or ang nagde-determine ng eligibility and qualifications ng isang bidder?
Mr. Chair, probably it's not specific for DepEd, but there is also what we call for every agency, there is a back po, nagde-determine po ng qualified bidders po.
Yung back?
Yes po.
Ano po ba ibig sabihin ng back, sir?
Bids and Awards Committee po.
Yun po pala yung back. Oh. Yung important kasi na qualification po yata doon sa mga bidders, yung kapasidad din nila kung kaya nilang magawa o masupply yung mga binibid nila ng mga kontrata. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Chair. Of course, they have to check kung pwede nila i-deliver ang exactly the programs or projects na binibid nila, Mr. Chair.
So we could easily say that it should be a minimum requirement na pinakaunang pamantayan natin, yung capacity ng isang bidder na kaya talaga niya dapat i-deliver yung binibid niya. Tama po ba yan, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So kung siya minimum, ang isang dapat scrutinize din natin sa mga kumpanya na nag-a-apply na mag-supply sa iba't ibang ahensya ng ating pamahalaan, yung capacity to pay, kailangan nating mas scrutinize yung capital niya. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the capacity para ma-deliver niya is one of that qualification is to look at the capacity, yung capitalization niya. Kumbaga.
Tama kasi, am I correct in saying na ang capitalization ng isang kumpanya, hindi lamang doon kukunin yung amount ng pag-supply niya, nung binid niya, kung hindi pati yung basic operations ng kumpanya, hindi po ba kasama na doon sa capitalization niya?
I think, Mr. Chair, kung pati operations dapat kasama rin po doon sa capitalization niya, pero how to operate that corporation or the bidders or contractors, Mr. Chair.
So sa pagkaintindi ko po sa ating maiksing pag-uusap, tama po ba na dapat may kapasidad sa kapital ang isang kumpanya sa pagsali sa mga bidding process sa gobyerno?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Having said that, Your Honor, there are some informations na na-receive ng inyong lingkod. I was really able to gather some information relative to the actual procurement recently entered by the DepEd. Pakisabi na lang po at pakiconfirm, should you know, if not, please verify these pieces of information na masubmit sa committee. Unang-una yung Advanced Solutions Inc. Isa po ba tong kumpanya na nag-apply ng bidding sa DepEd? Sa COA na po siguro ito?
Mr. Chair?
Before you
sorry.
proceed, we have yet to open the motion, the motu proprio. So we have to limit our question to the office of the Vice President. But of course, later, after after the preliminary determination, we can proceed. But in the meantime, we have to limit the line of questioning to the Office of the Vice President first.
Thank you for the enlightenment, Mr. Chair. Having heard the opinion of the chairman, I would reserve my questions for a later time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Honorable Lara.
Yeah, a while ago po, I manifested,
You have
Mr.
moved.
Chair, yeah, on the fund utilization of DepEd. I will now move, Mr. Chair, that said manifestation be put on motion that the committee take cognizance on the issues presented on the irregularity of the utilization sa paggamit ng pondo ng bayan ng naturang ahensya upang makita natin kung mayroon bang misfeasance, malfeasance o non-feasance, Mr. Chair. So I move, Mr. Chair.
So there is a motion by the Honorable Lara to take cognizance of the motu proprio upon the manifestation of Representative Jervil Luistro of the 2nd District during the budget hearing of the Department of Education. Is there any objection? Seconded by the Honorable Gutierrez. Hearing none, the motion is carried. Okay. 1 minute, 1 minute suspension is declared by the chair. Hearing resumes. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Carax.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, I would like to manifest that if I cannot consume my 5 minutes in my manifestation and interpellation, my name will be listed in the second round, Mr. Chairman.
Noted po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, I would like to state on record my manifestation with regards to question of jurisdiction of this committee on the inquiry in aid of legislation with regards to the budget of the confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President. Number one, Mr. Chairman, this inquiry in aid of legislation in this committee is being conducted pursuant to a plenary action. This is a plenary action, and nobody can question about it because even the most highest official in the House of Representatives cannot question the plenary decision during plenary session. And it was approved during a plenary session which emanated from the privileged speech of the Honorable Rolando Valeriano on September 3, 2024. And it was referred to this committee even on that date. Now, Mr. Chairman, question of jurisdiction of this committee and question of the actions being made by the plenary and, of course, with the Committee on Rules, and then it goes back to the plenary for the plenary to decide whether this question or the subject matter that emanates from the privileged speech of the Honorable Valeriano is indeed will be referred to this committee. Now, again, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reiterate that, well, in fact, early this morning, we have already established, by the votes of, unanimous vote of all the members, it was established, and this committee was given the jurisdiction with regards to the confidential fund issue from the Office of the Vice President. Second, Mr. Chairman, question of the question about the issue about jurisprudence, which was cited earlier by the former president and the good representative from Pampanga, Mr. Chairman. Question of the Standard Chartered Bank. And it was quoted by Madam GMA. And with due respect to the former president and Madam GMA, the Standard Chartered Bank jurisprudence, Mr. Chairman, is referred to question of sub judice. And in fact, in this particular case, in this particular investigation, no such case was filed against anybody from the Office of the Vice President in a regular court, Mr. Chairman. And again, Mr. Chairman, quoting about, it was also mentioned about the Arnold versus Nazareno case, and that case, Mr. Chairman, which was a Supreme Court decision dated on the year 1950, unless otherwise, Mr. Chairman, there's a new jurisprudence by the Supreme Court. But until now, it's being used, and that particular jurisprudence is being used, and the decision of Supreme Court is favorable to Congress, and in particular to the Senate, questioning the contempt. The issue about the Arnold versus Nazareno is all about the powers of Congress for an inquiry in aid of a legislation, Mr. Chairman. That's why, with due respect again to the Honorable Madam President, I think the jurisprudence is cited, in particular with this representation, I think it cannot be invoked in the case of the Office of the Vice President. Now, Mr. Chairman, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, well, in fact, when the Vice President opted not to take her oath in this honorable committee, and it was ruled by the chairman favorable to the position of the Vice President, Mr. Chairman, this committee, well, in fact, gives leniency and due courtesy to her because we allow the Vice President to deliver her opening remarks. And in fact, that is on record, Mr. Chairman, and supposedly, if this committee is not lenient and never give her the due courtesy to her office, we never allow her to deliver his sponsorship miracle because, well, in fact, we cannot even ask question to her. Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me proceed with regards to the COA, particularly to the COA.
Please continue.
Now, Mr. Chairman, let me address this to the COA. I have with me Joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01. And this is all about, I am correct that this is all about confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Attorney Camora.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, GMC 2015-01. And I have also with me your memorandum circular in which this representation questioned that should be revised since last year. Memorandum Circular 97-002. Do you confirm? It is all about special cash advances. Tama po ba? MC 97-002.
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Are you familiar with that?
Me personally, Mr. Chair, hindi po.
Oh, this is a Memorandum Circular 97 and this Joint Memorandum Circular 2015. And if you are not familiar with this, how can I ask question and how can you answer my questions with regards to your mandate and your responsibility with regards to this Memorandum Circular 97-002?
Mr. Chair, as far as the confidential funds audit is concerned, we base our audit mainly on the joint circular.
No, of course. That's why, may I ask you, that's why I'm asking you about the MC 97-002. Because the first question to be raised to you, if you are familiar with MC 97-002, is, thus, Joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01 conforms or concur with your MC 97-002. Kasi ito po, lahat po dito is all about special cash advances. Mr. Chairman, how can we proceed? How can I proceed if the representative from COA
Attorney Camora.
is not knowledgeable about MC 97-002? Because requirements stipulated in MC 97-002 or the GMC 2015-01 should conform with MC 97-002. And looking at the provisions of both MC and GMC, not all, but most of the provision of such MC and GMC is conforms with MC 97-002.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because MC 97-002 is used for regular audit.
Correct. Tama.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
now,
Chair.
kasi hindi pwedeng magmanggaan yun, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, let me proceed. You have a copy now with MC 97-002?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let me first ask, who appoints in this case, who appoints the SDO? In the case of the confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President, who is the appointing officer for the SDO?
As to the confidential funds, it was the President.
The
It's
President?
The OVP, the Vice President.
The Vice
Mr. Chair.
President. And the Vice President, as the appointing officer, signed all the documents related to this, the disbursements of such fund. Tama?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And of course, the special disbursement officer also signed. Tama?
Some of the documents, Mr. Chair.
Sandali. During disbursement, some, but some.
Lahat ba?
Bakit some?
Meron bang hindi siya?
Kasi binigyan nga siya ng authority. She or he was appointed as the SDO by the appointing officer. And in this case, it's the Vice President.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Except
Tama.
for the liquidation transmittal letter, which is by the head of agency.
Sorry?
except for the transmittal letter, which is signed by the head of agency, all the reports are signed by the SDO.
Correct. Except for the transmittal
Yes.
of the agency.
Yes,
Tama?
Mr.
But
Chair.
all liquidation reports and everything should be signed by the SDO.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct. And not only the SDO, not only, in this case, the Vice President, and that includes also the accountant.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, can you name the special disbursement officer, disbursing officer, in this case, of the confidential fund?
It's Miss Gina Acosta.
Miss Gina Acosta. Okay. Specifically, what is the position of Miss Gina Acosta in the office of the Vice President?
Asan yung designation niya? Mr. Chair, our documents here only identify her as the SDO.
So your document is only identify her as the SDO.
SDO.
Okay, now, Mr. Chairman, with this, Mr. Chairman, I move that we invite Ms. Gina Acosta in the next hearing, and at the same time, the Office of the Vice President should submit to this committee the official designation of Ms. Gina Acosta.
There's a motion to invite Gina Acosta from the Office of the Vice President. Is there any second to the
Mr.
motion?
Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, in all liquidation report, the SDO should sign, the Vice President, in this case, should sign, and the Chief Accountant should sign. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And who is the Chief Accountant that signed this liquidation report?
It's Miss Julieta Villa del Rey.
Polieta
Villa del Rey.
Villa del Rey. Mr. Chairman, again, I move to invite Ms. Villeta del Rey, the Chief Accountant of the Office of the Vice President, in the next hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to invite Julieta Del Rey in the next scheduled hearing. Duly seconded by the Honorable Flores. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
With the permission of the Chairman, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, question of the SDO. In the joint memorandum circular, and with regards to MC-97-002, the special disbursing officer has to acquire a fidelity bond. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, under MC 97-002, the SDO, no? Unless MC 97-002 was amended by the COA, the SDO or any accountable officer should submit her or his SALN to the Bureau of Treasury. Tama?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Now, do you have a specific document with regards to, in your possession, from the Bureau of Treasury with regards to the fidelity bond that was submitted by Ms. Gina Acosta, in particular, with regards to this confidential fund?
We have that document, Mr. Chair, but it is not with us right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move once again that the COA will submit to this honorable committee the fidelity bond that was submitted by the Office of the Vice President to the Bureau of Treasury and to the COA, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. And in the case of this 125 million confidential fund, ano po ba in your practice, COA, and of course the Bureau of Treasury, if you cannot answer this, I will address this question to the Bureau of Treasury in the next hearing. Now, question, what is the ceiling of an SDO in this matter? This is a 125 million transaction or budget.
Mr. Chair, the BTR has a table which is dependent on the amount of the accountability.
So wala po kayo ngayon?
Yes, wala po ngayon,
Kasi
Mr.
dapat, di ba, nagsasalubong kayo ng BTR at saka COA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We do use their table for our reference.
So you're using the table of the BTR with regards to accountability of the special disbursing officer or accountable officers.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it is one of the requirements under the joint
Correct.
circular.
Mr. Chairman, again, I move that we invite the representative from the BTR, Bureau of Treasury, and the person that has knowledge with regards to this 125 million confidential fund, and bring or submit to this honorable committee the documents with regards to the accountability on this particular issue, Mr. Chairman, the 125 million confidential fund. The person in charge from the BTR, at the same time, the document that will indeed was submitted by the office of the Vice President when the Vice President appoints a certain Gina Acosta. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I have still some questions. No, I will not go into detail because most of my question will be addressed to Ms. Gina Acosta, the Chief Accountant. Of course, cannot ask the Vice President because he will not be answering the question of this honorable committee. But, Mr. Chairman, as of now, COA, please, in the next hearing, please bring with you all the MCs, no, memorandum circulars of the COA, so that this representation can ask you questions in relation to Joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01 and your MCs, no, not only Memorandum Circular 97-002. Kasi ito, di ba, regular audit to? Tama?
Yes po, Mr.
Bring
Chair.
with you the specific guidelines with regards to requirements, no, and processes being required for the conduct of special audit and the fraud audit. Because I want to see, Mr. Chairman, this particular issue, and COA should justify why this cannot be done in a special audit or a fraud audit. And so that, Mr. Chairman, we can also scrutinize the specific guidelines of the COA with regards to special audit and fraud audit in aid of legislation, so that we in this committee, through the committee report, can propose possible amendments with regards to the guidelines of the COA on regular audit, special audit, and fraud audit, Mr. Chairman. Kasi gusto ko lang po makita if indeed COA made or taken due diligence with regards to this issue. Kasi napakalaki po to. And involved is the Office of the Vice President. No?
COA,
Yun
please.
po, Mr. Chairman. So, COA, please bring with you or submit to this committee your guidelines with regard to special audit and fraud audit.
COA, please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Paduano.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please
anyway,
proceed.
ano lang, diretso lang
Last
to.
question.
You can answer this or you can review. Now, what's the difference? In jest, what's the difference between a regular audit, a special audit, and a fraud audit?
The regular audit is the regular financial audit, which we review all the transactions of the agency. A special audit or a fraud audit are requested for
Mr. Chairman.
May
Congress-
I ask the...
Mr. Chairman, ako,
Call a friend.
with due respect to COA, dugtungan ko lang po.
Yes,
Kasi,
please. Congressman
ang
Paduano.
sinasabi mo kasi regular audit, yun yung annual audit, di ba? Tama?
Tama po,
Oo.
Mr. Chair.
Kasi, kaya nga regular siya because that is part of your mandate in any agencies, no? To conduct a regular audit every end of the year. Tama?
Yes po.
Okay. Now, kahit nga sa regular audit nyo, sometimes it happens and the next quarter na. The following year, di ba? Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chairman, again, yun po yung mga issue dito na this honorable committee should put in the possible committee report. No? Kailangan kasi dito, Mr. Chairman, may certain accountability with regards to audit. And dapat may corresponding penalty. Kasi tingnan mo, Mr. Chairman, well, in fact, in my own experience, no, for the past year, fraud audit, it takes COA for 1 year. Fraud audit pa yun. Kung fraud audit nga nangyayari yung 1 year, siguro naman pati yung regular audit. Kasi yung fraud audit and special audit, may exigency po yun. No, pero anyway, who can answer the difference between a special audit and a fraud audit and a regular audit? May sasagot ba o next hearing na lang?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the...
Attorney Lapitan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you going to answer or you will ask the committee to just answer it in the next scheduled hearing para medyo mas kabisado ninyo?
I will answer.
You will answer now?
Yes,
Okay,
briefly.
Briefly, okay. Please
Mr. Chair.
continue, Attorney Lapitan.
When we speak of a special audit, it comes in every form like fraud audit when there is when the transaction is covered or tainted with fraud. And we also have special audit like the levy audit, rate audit, which is being performed by other offices in the Commission. When it comes to a regular audit, that's the audit of the financial transaction where the 3 audit streams are being practiced. Mr. Chair.
Ito kasi sunod ko ng tanong, timeline.
With regard to the timeline, Mr. Chair, like the fraud audit, the COA issued several guidelines or internal policies. We have memorandum, COA Memorandum 2020-014, if I'm not mistaken. That governs the rules on fraud audit, and also there are issuances by other office in the Commission in the performance of rate audit, levy audit, and other special audit, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Maybe, Mr. Chair, next hearing we will provide the full details.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you. Last question.
Sige. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, pagbibigyan ko po yung COA kasi kaya nga po, kasi yung issue kasi dito is all about the difference between a regular audit. Kasi pag regular, nandun na yun, 6 months, then another 2 months from the, di ba, for the commission to decide, di ba? Now, question of fraud audit, kaya nga fraud audit yun, kaya nga special audit yun kasi there's an exigency. Kasi magkaiba yun, di ba? Tama? Now, as of now, you cannot answer about the timeline. Kasi hinabol po natin dito is all about the timeline. Kasi all the more, justice delayed, justice denied. Pag tinanong kita, i-review nyo na lang. Pagandaan nyo next hearing. Itong case, OBP case, 125 million confidential fund. Does it merit a special or a fraud audit?
Actually,
Attorney
sir,
Camora.
it is, Mr. Chair, actually it is a compliance audit, so they have to comply with the joint circular.
Hindi nga, regular audit siya. Pero,
Compliance audit.
hindi, hypothetical lang. Until now nga, yung appeal hindi pa sinagot, but of course, they're given 180 days.
Yes.
Now, hypothetical lang. Is this particular case Pwede ba pumasok doon sa special audit? To conduct a special audit?
If there is a request,
Or if there is a what?
request for
Who will request?
any,
Kaya, who will request?
anyone,
Sorry?
any person, agency, or
Any person, any agency? Madam, you check na lang po yung guidelines nyo with regards to fraud and special audit. Kasi baka mamaya, magka-problema po kayo.
sige,
Please na po.
thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chair.
next hearing na lang po. I will just end my interpolation to COA and I hope that next hearing, COA will prepare with regards to it and the BTR, Mr. Chairman. Because in this particular case, it is crucial role ng BTR at saka ng COA, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman.
The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Acop.
In
But before
connection-
you proceed, Congressman, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Johnny Pimentel, sir. Yes, Congressman Acop, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to follow up the issue raised by the Honorable Paduano. You cannot answer kung ano po ang timeline para sa regular audit at saka fraud audit. Tama po. Hindi po nyo nasasagot.
May I clarify po? Since
Mr.
Chair?
Fahad Tomawis, you are
Yes,
recognized.
Since I'm the audit team leader of the OBP for conducting the regular audit, meron po tayong timeline for the regular audit. Kasi usually, meron kaming timeline to transmit the report annually to the Congress, to the OP, and to the oversight bodies, as well as to the management or to the OBP. So meron pong timeline na nasa GAA po, nasa General Appropriation
Ano
Act
po yung timeline na yun?
for the regular audit.
Yes. Ano
But-
po? Ilan buwan? Ilan taon?
Hindi kasi natin alam. Kasi hindi tayo special audit.
September yung nandito.
Huwag nyo po kasi sabihin sa amin na may timeline kung hindi nyo alam kung ilan ang buwan, araw o taon yung pag-conduct ninyo. Because the next question that I will ask is, if you conduct a fraud audit, how long will it take? Would it be more than the number of months, years sa pag-conduct ninyo ng regular audit? Kasi mga taga-COA, yun po yung problema ni Chairman Carapz, who is the Chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts. Yung hearing po namin doon, naririnig namin yung regular audit at saka fraud audit. Ang napapansin namin, napakatagal po. As if there's no difference between the timeline of the regular audit and the fraud audit. Kaya ang susunod na tanong ko rin sa inyo is, what is the purpose of a fraud audit? Anong objective? Kaya siguro sa next hearing, para hindi naman ma-delay yung proceedings na ito, banggit na rin sa susunod na hearing. Ano po?
Noted po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, kasi yun po ang problema namin sa mga hearings namin dito. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please continue. Yes, kayo na po. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have more or less 30 questions and 2 manifestations. I hope the honorable congressman next to me would not gripe and get mad at me. Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, but you have to squeeze your 30 questions and to manifestation into 5 minutes. Please proceed.
If
Mr.
that
Chair,
is the case,
I'm giving him all the time in the world.
Okay. Sige po. Please proceed, Congressman Akop.
Thank you, Vice Chair Abante. May I ask COA, ang una po ninyong ini-issue sa isang agency na nagkakaroon po ng problema tungkol sa kanilang use of public funds would be your AOM or Audit Observation Memorandum. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And the next would be a notice of suspension.
Ah,
Tama rin po ba?
sa regular audit, pwedeng notice of suspension or pwedeng notice of charge.
Audit of?
Notice of suspension or notice of charge.
Notice of charge?
Charge po.
Yes, okay. And after that, there will be a notice of disallowance.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama. Now, would there be a timeline pursuant to your circulars na meron po yung interval ng pagbigay ng AOM, after which your notice of suspension or notice of charge, and then notice of disallowance?
Mr. Chair, sa regular audit and even sa confidential funds audit, 15 days after issuance of AOM, the agency must give their reply.
Yes, but they can ask for a motion, they can file a motion for reconsideration to extend the period. Nangyayari po yata yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yun nga po ang may gusto lang akong i-point out. So, it's very possible na nagfa-file sila ng motion for extension of time to file their answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, that is also true after the issuance of a notice of suspension.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nagfa-file din, pwede rin sila mag-file ng extension of time before you give the notice of disallowance?
Mr. Chair, may I clarify those?
Please, Mr. Tumawis.
For the regular audit, first thing po na ginagawa namin pag may nakita kaming mga deficiencies, mag-issue kami ng AOM, and the management is given 15 days to reply for comments para ma-justify nila kung may mga justification sila. And then just in case po na dun sa deficiencies noted po namin is may mga non-submission of documents or may mga lacking documents, we can issue notice of suspension.
I know that. But ang tanong ko po is, they can file a motion to extend the time for them to submit. Nangyayari po yun, di po ba?
I think I have no authority or position na magsabi doon because the notice pag po inappeal na or for example may extension, but then on my perspective po as auditor ng OBP, we are required po dun sa we are required na dapat ma-comply po ng management. Pag nag-issue kami ng notice, dapat ma-comply nila within the 90 days period.
Assuming that
So,
they
hindi-
will not be able to comply, what is your next move?
That's the time po na pwede na kami mag-issue ng notice of disallowance kasi nag-mature na po yung notice
So,
of suspension.
15 days, sige, to follow you. After which, the notice of suspension, di pa rin siya. Ano ang susunod? Notice of disallowance. How long would that take?
For the notice of disallowance po, for example, dun sa notice of suspension, pag na-issue na po yun, the management or the agency is given 90 days to comply with the requirements. Then if ever po na hindi nila ma-comply with that period, magmamature na po siya into notice of disallowance. Then,
So,
For
3.5 months.
90
days, that's 3 months plus 15 days, 3.5 months.
For the notice of suspension po, may requirement po na 90 days.
Kaya nga, plus yung 15 days na kwan nyo ng kwan, from AOM,
Yes,
so
from
that's
AOM.
3.5 months. Now, doon po sa question ng 125 million na confidential fund, in-issue nyo po yung liquidated report po nyo, January 10, 2023. Di po ba? Would that be correct? And you issued the notice of suspension only in December 13, 2023. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chair, the first AOM was issued on September
Hindi,
14.
tinatanong ko kung if that is correct, yung sinabi ko po. Kindly answer yes or no. Is my data wrong?
Mr. Chair, may I
Ang
request
sabi
for
ko,
you?
dito po sa report nyo na notice of disallowance, yung liquidation report ninyo is dated January 10, 2023. Tama po.
Tama po,
Tama.
Mr.
Yun nga
Chair.
po ang tinatanong ko. And the notice of suspension was dated December 13, 2023. Now, January 10, 2023 to December 13, 2023, almost 1 year na. Akala ko ba ay 15 days lang dapat?
Mr. Chair,
Kailan nyo inisyo yung AOM nito?
yung AOM po was issued September 14.
September 14. Di na-extend talaga. Ang sabi kanina ni Mr. Tumawis, 15 days lang. Pero dito, sa kaso na ito, kung September 13 yung AOM ninyo, dapat October pa lang, nag-i-issue na kayo ng notice of suspension. So tama yung sinasabi ko na na-extend yung time dahil yun ang experience namin sa sa hearings namin coming from your representatives.
Yung 15 days, Mr. Chair, is for them to answer. Of
Yes.
course, after they give their compliance po, we have to evaluate po their reply.
So how long would it take you? Kaya ko tinatanong yung timeline dahil ang problema, kung titingnan po ninyo yung mga katanungan kanina, yung tagal.
Mr.
po ba?
Chair, it would depend po kasi sa complexity nung sinubmit nila po sa amin.
Well, anyway, let's deal with your AOM na in-issue po ninyo nung fiscal year 2022, yung confidential funds ng OVP. Pwede po bang malaman, ano po ang nag-trigger na mag-issue kayo ng AOM regarding the confidential funds of the OVP in 2022?
Based on their submitted liquidation report, we found deficiencies in the documents that they gave us.
Doon sa documents na binigay po sa inyo.
Sa submitted liquidation report, Mr. Chair.
Pwede po bang malaman namin kung ano po yung major findings na nandun po sa Audit Observation Memorandum?
Mr. Chair, yung major findings are the ones that can be seen na po sa notice of disallowance. Which is yung sa payment of rewards.
Ang tanong ko po, Madam Attorney, is that ano po yung major findings doon sa AOM, hindi po sa notice of disallowance? Kasi you must have a basis why you issued the AOM. And I want to know the basis of that.
Mr. Chair, dun sa AOM, first they did not submit documentary evidence of payment to support their accomplishment report. And then, per analysis of the submitted accomplishment report, it was revealed that some of the fund was used for medical and food aid and travel relative to confidential operations, although it was not yet clear if, at that point, if it was used for confidential operations. And then we have the payment of rewards, which were not supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering. And then they also did not submit the special budget request and the amended accomplishment report. And then The DV was not properly accomplished by the the DV was not
Okay.
particularly
Now,
accomplished.
these observations of yours were repeated sa notice of disallowance. Sinagot mo na yung kanina eh. Di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Now, ang susunod na katanungan ko po is, did the Office of the Vice President issue any response in relation to your AOM?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That is why the remaining items in the NDs are those that we are not yet satisfied with.
Yes, the responses given by the Office of the OVP did not satisfy your requirement.
As to the ND, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, may in-issue din po kayong notice of suspension dahil hindi nga po acceptable yung sagot ng Office of the Vice President.
Yes, Mr.
Tama?
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Ano po yun po yung dahilan bakit nag-issue kayo notice of suspension? Hindi nag-comply yung OVP sa mga requirements po ninyo.
Hindi nag-comply, Mr. Chair, or their compliance is still not sufficient.
Yes. Now, nung naibigay nyo yung notice of suspension po ninyo, pwede po bang malaman ano po yung findings na nilagay nyo ron at saka what steps did the Office of the Vice President take in view of the notice of suspension?
As to the notice of suspension, again, the rewards was not fully documented. Some of the accomplishment reports should not be included as confidential expenses,
Yes.
such as the tables, chairs. And then we noted also that some of the acknowledgement receipts were undated or not properly dated.
Okay.
And then they used different
Ma'am,
counting terms.
pwede po ba pakilakasan niyo yung boses ninyo tsaka Tagalogin na po ninyo? Para medyo mas maliwanag po.
Opo. Yung ibang nasubmit po na acknowledgement receipts, ibang accounting terms ang ginamit compared sa what is required in the joint circular.
So, Madam, sa pagkaintindi ko, kung maayos sanang sinagot ng Office ng Vice President yung mga requirements po ninyo, hindi na po dapat ma-issuean sila ng notice of disallowance. Would that be correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, pero nag-issue po kayo ng notice of disallowance.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Pwede po bang ilahad ninyo sa amin ano yung major findings at observations niyo sa notice of disallowance? Yun po bang binanggit ninyo? Yun din po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yung sa payment of rewards na kulang po ang documentation on the success of the information gathering, yun pong pag-charge nila ng tables, chairs, desktop computers sa confidential fund, which is not, wala po sa joint circular. And then yun pong resubmission nung updated na accomplishment report nila sa 3 offices po.
And to confirm, Madam Attorney, these findings and observations were already raised doon pa lang sa AOM. Tama
Yes
po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And sa matagal na panahon na naibigay natin ang pagkakataon sa Office of the Vice President na may paliwanag at ma-rectify, kumbaga, yung inyong mga observations doon sa AOM, hindi pa rin nabago hanggang nag-issue po kayo ng notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mayroon naman pong submissions, but kulang po.
In other words, hindi po ma-justify ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang expenditure program. Yung paggamit po nila ng pondo. In general. Would that be correct?
That would be the correct po.
Mr. Chair, I just want to emphasize this point. Kasi a few weeks ago lang natin unang nabalitaan itong mga findings na nakalaan sa notice of disallowance. Pero sa naririnig ko ngayon from COA, last year pa nila pinupunto ang mga pagkukulang na ito ng Office of the Vice President. Sa aking pagtatanong po sa inyo, yun po ang lumalabas. Number two, last year pa, paulit-ulit na binigyan ng COA ang Office of the Vice President ng pagkakataon na maayos o may paliwanag itong mga expenditure na ginawa po nila sa paggamit po ng kanilang pondo. Tama rin po. At number three, after all that time and all those chances, hindi talaga maayos o may paliwanag ng OVP ang kanilang paggamit doon sa confidential fund worth 125 million. Would that be correct?
Bale, ang amount na lang po niya sa notice of disallowance is 73 something po.
Yes. Yun ang hindi nila naipaliwanag hanggang ngayon.
Opo.
That is for the confidential fund for 2022. Now, could we go to the confidential fund for 2023 na worth 500 million? Tama rin po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Yung budget po nila.
Pwede po bang malaman, masabi ninyo dito sa committee na ito, kung nagkaroon din ba ng audit observation memorandum na inisyo ninyo ukol sa 2023 confidential funds? Meron din po bang AOM ito?
Meron din po, Mr. Chair.
Meron?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, ilan pong AOM ang inailabas po ninyo in relation to this 2023 confidential fund?
Dalawang AOMs po, Mr. Chair.
Dalawang
Yes, Mr.
AOM.
Chair.
Tama ba ang aking pagkaintindi na bawat quarterly disbursement ng OVP, insofar as their confidential funds for 2023 are concerned, ay may lumalabas na AOM galing sa inyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although yung first and second period, pinagsama na po namin sa isang AOM.
Yes,
Kaya yung
but
third period,
pinagsama po nyo yung dalawang period.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, would it be true na ang ibig sabihin lahat ng quarterly liquidation ng OVP may problema?
Yes, Mr.
Ganun po ang lumalabas sa sagot po ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. In general terms, maaari nyo po bang ipresita sa committee ito yung major findings at observations sa bawat AOM na binigay po ninyo sa Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, compared
Hindi,
po sa...
tinatanong ko lang naman kung maaari po nyong ibigay dito sa committee. Ang sagot lang po nyo, kung kaya po ninyo, kaya nyo po ba o hindi?
Before you answer, Attorney Camora, the chair would like to manifest that the time of Congressman Acop is already up, but considering that Congressman Benny Abante already yielded to Congressman Acop, ibibigay po natin yung patutuloy po natin kay Congressman Acop yung time po ni Congressman Benny Abante. Please answer, Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair, considering that the audit of the compliance of the AOMs is still ongoing,
You cannot submit.
I cannot yet.
Yun lang po ang gusto ko. Ang tanong ko naman po kung maaari nyo ibigay. Kung hindi pwede, you just give us the reason why.
Yes,
So, you cannot give it dahil ongoing pa yung inyong pan. Okay, thank you. Now, yung bang mga issues na nakikita nyo ngayon sa 2023, kagaya rin bang ng mga issues noong 2022 vis-a-vis their confidential funds?
There are some similar findings, Mr. Chair.
similar. So ang ibig sabihin, ini-expect natin na mag-issue kayo ng notice of suspension at saka notice of disallowance. Would that be a correct statement?
I have yet to see the compliance report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a manifestation insofar as the refusal of the Vice President to take her oath insofar as the hearing of this committee is concerned. Such refusal can damage the public's perception of integrity in public office. The Filipino people deserve honesty and openness from their leaders, especially when their actions are being scrutinized. The House inquiry is in aid of legislation to serve the public interest. Dodging the oath gives the impression that the Vice President may not want the full truth to come out. No one is above the law or beyond the reach of truth. We humbly urge the Vice President to reconsider her position and take her oath, as this inquiry is meant to benefit the people we serve. Transparency should never be optional for public officials. We all owe it to the Filipino people to tell the truth under oath if it is necessary. Now, my second manifestation, Mr. Chair, would pertain to the issue of tradition as raised by the Honorable Marcoleta. And this is not my personal manifestation, but a manifestation of a group of Filipino citizens. And I would like to quote from their Viber. The Constitution of the Philippines, specifically Article 11, Section 1, explicitly states that public office is a public trust. At all times, public officers and employees must be accountable to the people, serve them with the utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency. The primary responsibility of legislators is to the people and the nation, as this provision emphasizes. It is not to maintain outdated traditions that may obstruct necessary scrutiny and transparency in government operations. Although some may contend that these courtesies are extended to high-ranking officials, it is crucial to recognize that taxpayer funds are the source of funding for all public offices, including the office of the Vice President. Consequently, it is imperative that each centavo allotted to it undergoes the same rigorous assessment as any other department or office. Legislators are failing to fulfill their obligation to ensure that public funds are allocated responsibly and prudently by prematurely concluding budget discussions. The power of the purse is vested in Congress by Article 6, Section 24 of the Constitution. This authority requires the scrutiny of the national budget to ensure that it is in accordance with the requirements of the populace and that government programs and projects are appropriately funded and managed. Budget deliberations are not merely formalities. They are critical processes that enable legislators to evaluate and challenge the allocation of public funds. The constitutional mandate is directly violated by the use of tradition as an excuse to conclude these discussions. This is particularly true when the OVP's budget incorporates confidential funds, which necessitate even more rigorous scrutiny due to their nature. The people deserve transparency. It is time, I think, to discontinue a harmful practice. Not the deliberations themselves, but this long-honored tradition of circumventing critical budget evaluations should be terminated. Upholding such a practice particularly when it directly affects the management of public funds, is a violation of the public interest mandate of legislators. We are at risk of fostering corruption and mismanagement by allowing tradition to supplant accountability. We have the right to demand that our representatives in Congress carry out their obligation to scrutinize the budget without exception as Filipinos. The OVP, or Office of the Vice President, like any other office that receives public funding, is subject to the same accountability standards. In order to guarantee that confidential funds are utilized for legitimate purposes that advance the public interest, they necessitate meticulous supervision. The first is a critical mechanism for preventing government overreach and the misappropriation of funds. Congress can guarantee that our government remains accountable to the people it serves by fulfilling this constitutional obligation. The public and our legislators are responsible for rejecting this detrimental tradition in favor of transparency and good governance. The integrity of our democratic processes and the restoration of trust in our institutions can only be achieved by doing so. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. The Chair would like also to give a brief manifestation on issue of taking of oath. Base po sa ating tradisyon at practices po nitong committee, ng committee hearing, ang mga resource person po at saka ang mga witnesses po sa mga committee po ay ang trato po natin sa kanila ay parehas lamang. Yun po ang pagtingin nitong committee to. Kaya po lahat po ang mga witnesses at lahat po ng mga resource person po ay nire-require po natin sila na mag-take ng oath para po malaman po natin kung sila po ay nagsasabi ng totoo at pawang katotohanan lamang. Ito po ay nakalagay po sa ating rules of procedure at governing po ng inquiries in aid of legislation. At para malaman po natin ang mga testimonya at impormasyon na kanila pong binibigay po sa atin ay totoo at maaasahan po ng committee at ng August body. Kanina po, pinayagan po natin ang ating kagalang-galang na Vice President na hindi po mag-take ng oath at hindi po natin siya pinilit. Dahil sa halip ay hinayaan din po natin siya at pinayagan din po natin siya na mag-manifest o magbigay po ng maiksing pananalita. Alam po ninyo kaya po natin ginawa yan ay dahil po sa pagbigay po natin ng respeto sa posisyon at sa opisina na kanya pong nire-representa bilang Vice President. Ang Kongreso po ay i-recognize po ito at ibibigay po natin ang respeto sa ating Vice Presidente at sa kanyang opisina. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na ito pong insidente dahil hinayaan po natin kanina ay magiging president na sa mga susunod na committee hearing. Hindi po mangyayari yan at lahat po ng witnesses at lahat po ng resource person na magte-testify o na hihingian po natin ng paliwanag dito sa ating committee hearing ay i-require po natin na mag-oath. At yun po ay nakalagay dito po sa ating rules. In fact, pagka ito po ay isang ground para ang isang witness po ay ma-cite po for contempt. Pero dahil nga po sa paggalang sa opisina kanina ng ating Vice Presidente, ito po ay i-overlook po natin at palalagpasin po natin. So, yan po ang opinion ng inyong chairman. Kaya po, with that, Ang susunod po na mag-interpolate po ay si Congressman Jojo Lara ng 3rd District ng Cagayan. Congressman Lara, kayo po ay nare-recognize.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Sa COA, yung notice of disallowance nyo sa Office of the Vice President, intelligence or confidential fund ba yung may notice of disallowance? Kasi kanina, matandaan ko, binigyan mo ng description, Director Hemora, yung confidential. Tama ba yan?
Mr. Chair, confidential fund po ang sa OVP.
Confidential fund. No? Kasi nakalagay sa harap niya is confidential and intelligence. No, dun sa sinabi nyo. No? Anyway, so confidential fund dito. No? Para lang sana mas diretso tayo na nagre-report. Yung mga susunod na mga balang araw siguro, baka bigyan natin ng pansin ito. Pagka confidential fund, hindi pwede naman magsabay yung intelligence at confidential fund. Tama po ba ako doon?
Mr. Chair, sa taas po, office po kasi yung intelligence and confidential funds.
Hindi, yung tinatanong ko nga, yung paglabag is confidential fund
Yes
ng
po,
issue.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
yun lang. Ngayon, punta na ako dito, Mr. Chair. Kasama siguro sa mga kinabisado nyong mga batas is the procurement law. Tama ba ako doon, COA? Yung procurement law? Sa mga pag-o-audit nyo, kasama ba sa tinitignan nyo kung may sumunod sa lituntunin ng procurement law o may paglabag? Tama ba ako doon?
For the regular audit, Mr. Chair, yes po.
Kung may mga fraud audit at saka special audit, hindi? O pati yun tinitignan nyo din?
For the fraud audit po at saka special audit, usually hindi namin covered sa regular transactions.
Hindi nyo tinitingnan kung may paglabag sa procurement law?
On the regular audit po, tinitingnan po.
Talagang tinitingnan
Compliance.
nyo? Okay.
Compliance.
So, dito sa sa pinag-uusapan ngayon na under sa OVP, di ba regular audit lang to? Tama ba ako doon?
Kung sa confidential po, iba po yung confidential. But then kung regular audit, yun po yung sa amin po.
Okay. So, itong tanong ko ngayon na isa, pag may mga paglabag sa procurement law, possible bang makasuhan yung mga paglabag dito? O may instance ba na natatanggal yung mga involved dito in cases na may paglabag? Sa pagkakaalam ninyo.
Mr. Chair, I think the RA 9184 imposed also sanctions. So, meron pong, kung may paglabag, pwede po siyang makasuhan.
Pwedeng makasuhan, pwedeng matanggal.
Yes.
Tama ba ako doon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, punta na ako doon sa detalye. No? Bakit po na-disallow ang humigit kumulang, no, to be exact po, 73,287,000 sa 125 million na confidential fund na dinisburse ng OVP noong 2022? Bakit po na-disallow?
As discussed po kanina, meron po silang mga hindi na-submit na documentary requirements. At saka meron din po yung expenses nila na hindi po pasok sa expenses allowed by the joint circular.
So yung 73 o kaam na lang for brevity, 74 million po na na-disallow, may tendency ba na pagka nag-submit ng mga dokumento, pwedeng hindi nakasama sa disallowance? Possible ba yan?
Possible po, Mr. Chair, if they submit yung documents na hinahanap po namin.
Kasi katulad nito, Mr. Chair, no, dun sa payment ng reward, no, in cash, di ba nakalagay dito, reward payment, 10 million. Various goods, 34,857,000. And medicine. Siyempre, ang unang tatanong dito, pagka sinabi mong reward, kanino binigay yung reward in cash na 10 million? Di ba? Kasama ba yun sa mga compliance nyo? Yun yung tinatanong nyo?
Kasama po yun sa documents na sinasubmit nila sa amin. Although hindi naman po kami particular kung sino yung particular recipients since they could withhold yung names as long as sufficient siya na i-prove na reward siya na naibigay dahil sa confidential activities po.
Yes. Siyempre, without going to the specification kung sino yung nakukuhanan, siyempre, ibe-breakdown doon na kailan binigay, bakit may cash reward. Tama ba ako doon, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama. So, yung specifics and breakdown, importante ito kasi kailangan hindi naman pwede lump sum binigay mo without any accountability, di ba? Tama ba ako doon?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Ngayon, punta tayo dun sa payment ng various goods. Dinis-allow nyo yung 34,857,000. Ganun pa rin ba yung hinihingi nyo dito? Anong mga goods ito? Kanino pinamigay? Tama ba ako doon?
It's more on yung ano po ang hinahanap namin, yung kung naging success ba, yung successful po ba yung confidential operations nila. Because they could have given these to the informants, pero wala naman po kaming information kung naging successful po ba yung confidential operations or hindi.
So yung sinasabi mo, Mr. Chair, na success yung program, hindi ba...
Not the program po,
Ano
Mr.
yun?
Chair. Successful yung confidential operations po, yung surveillance na na-conduct nila.
Hindi, kasi various goods ito, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pwede po kasing as rewards yung various goods na binigay nila.
Pag sinabi mong reward, pwede bang goods din yan? Or cash dapat to?
Kaya po namin siya in-include dito kasi nag-rely kami sa disclosure nila na rewards po siya.
Hindi. Siyempre, ika-categorize natin. Reward comes in many form. Tama ba? Pwedeng cash, pwedeng goods.
Pwede naman po. Wala naman pong description.
So,
Madam Chair.
hindi ba pwede na hindi nyo dinedemand na kung anong specific itong, kasi meron na kayong reward payment, 10 million. So, anong difference nito ngayon dun sa various goods na 34,857 million? Kung sinasabi mo ngayon na pwedeng cash ito, di ba dapat nilagay mo na lang reward payment, cash pa rin?
Yun po sanang ideal, pero based on their explanations, ito po ang nagbigay sila ng cash dun sa agent nila na nag-distribute po ng various goods and medicines dun sa informants who they rewarded.
So cash ang binigay, tapos goods ang pinamigay nung pinagbigyan ng cash. Ganun ba yun, Mr. Chair?
Parang ganun po, parang may ano po na may mga informants na mas preferred nila yung goods.
Yung goods.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
pagka goods ang ibibigay mo, di ba tama lang siguro ito na dadaan din sa proseso ng procurement? Kasi na-disallow nyo ito or ano? Pag darating ang araw na talagang ma-prove dito na disallow dahil goods ito at hindi naman confidential fund for that purpose. Posible ba na may paglabag ba sa procurement kung sakali?
Mr. Chair, pag sa joint circular po kasi, it provides that purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures, such as yung bidding po.
Hindi. Once na na-disallow nyo nga ito with finality, kasi dumadaan sa proseso, kasi sabi mo kanina, hindi na pa naman final ito eh. Kasi pwedeng ma-explain pa, no, na pagka na-explain, baka papasok na pasado naman as confidential fund, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Ang ano ko lang, what if na hindi nga nila ma-justify ito at nahulog na talagang notice of disallowance? Dalawa naman pwede niyang puntahan to, di ba? Pag na-disallow ba ito, may possibility ba na babayaran ng nag-disburse ito o hindi kailangan? Ibalik o bayaran?
Dalawa naman po yan, Mr. Chair. Pwede nilang bayaran as is, or pwede silang mag-appeal on the disallowance.
Yes. Hindi, with finality, in case lang, yung appeal talagang hindi na talaga final na yung findings na disallowed. Di ba? Sabi mo, pwedeng bayaran. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kung na-disallow ito, siyempre, ang pananagutan niya is the whole amount, ibabalik niya. Tama ba?
Yung amount po na disallowed, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So ngayon, punta tayo dun sa medicine, no? Ganun din. Yung medicine na yon, binigay ba as a medicine yon na mismong produkto or yung goods na medicine, yung amounting to almost 25 million?
Ganun po yung based sa documents nila, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Tama?
Sa explanation po nila.
Okay, so 25 million na medicine, hindi na ba kailangan ito na dadaan sa proseso ito once na confidential fund? Goods ito. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yun nga po, ang explanation nila is hindi sa informant na siya medicines, pero sa agent nila is cash na bigay.
Hindi, kanina tinanong ko nga sa inyo eh. Cash ba binigay ito sa informant at siya yung informant
Sa
na cash
agent.
ang natanggap, nabibili siya ng medicine? Yun ba yung explanation dito?
Explanation po nila, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
same yung issue doon sa various goods kanina. Cash binigay, tapos yung cash binili ng goods. In like manner, dito sa medicine, cash binigay na medicine. Tama ba yun, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ngayon, meron din kayong tinutukoy sa notice of disallowance na 3.5 million na ginamit raw pambili ng tables, chairs, desktop, computers, and printers. Tama po ba to?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yung confidential funds sa pinambili ng mesa upuan, pwede po ba ito, Mr. Chair?
Kaya po namin siya nilagay as an observation po kasi wala po siya sa joint circular.
So, ang tanong ko dito na naman, Mr. Chair, kung na-disallow ito at balang araw, dalawa naman ang pupuntahan nito, na-disallow na pinababalik mo yung pera or na-disallow na ma-justify. Tama ba, Madam, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
kung na-disallow na babayaran. Paano kung na-disallow na na-justify? 3.5 million ang worth nito, pambili ng tables and chairs. Di ba dapat dadaan na naman ito sa proseso? Kasi hindi naman categorize as confidential fund siguro yung pambili ng mesa, ng upuan, or
Mr.
printer.
Chair, ang kailangan nilang i-justify is if confidential expense po ito. So, the moment na hindi po siya ma-justify as a confidential expense, disallowed na po talaga siya, Mr. Chair.
So, pag hindi na-justify, yun na nga. Kanina, Madam, no, Mr. Chair, pag na-disallow, dalawang pupuntahan. Na-disallow, pababayaran. Na-disallow, na-justify. Pero ito nga, pambili ng upuan, no, at worth 3.5, di ba dapat nadadaan din sa proseso ito? Yun lang yung inaano ko. So anyway, tanong, wala bang pondo ang OVP pambili ng tables and chairs na gagamitin pa ang confidential fund? Di ba? Pwede naman i-lodge ito on other, as per, di ba, yung mga budget naman ng iba-ibang ahensya. Yung pambili, kailangan pa ba confidential fund gagamitin dito? Kayo, as per your experience ninyo na mga auditors ng COA, kailangan ba confidential fund pa?
Mr. Chair, hindi po kasi nila sinagot itong particular observation na ito. So, hindi po namin alam yung wisdom kung bakit po
So kaya nyo
chinarge
dinisallow.
nito.
Ngayon, yung explanation nila when it comes to yung binabanggit nyo ngayon, hindi mo alam kung anong wisdom nila. So tinanong nyo o pinapasagot nyo sa kanila.
Yes,
Yan.
Mr. Chair.
Kung
sa
anong
AOM.
wisdom nila. Tama ba?
Hindi
Yung
naman po
pagkaintindi ko.
wisdom, Mr. Chair, pero the reason why these expenses were included as charged against the confidential funds when hindi naman po siya included
Dapat.
sa listahan.
Kung Lara, you have
Okay.
1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tapusin ko na to. Anyway, Mr. Chair, yun lang ang mga gusto ko lang na bigyan ng ano dito. Just to stress a point here na itong mga proseso at may mga items dito na sa tingin ko at siguro naman na yung mga nanonood na sa atin ngayon, once na sinabi mo, confidential fund, at ito, hindi mo naman kailangan na confidential fund pambili mo dito dahil justifiable ito kung sakaling ipepresent mo ito na pambili ng computer table. No, at panghuli ko na lang, Mr. Chair, no, follow up lang dun sa issue. Kanina, binanggit ni Chairman Paduano, ni Chairman Acop sa duration, palagi ng COA reports natin. If ever, Mr. Chair, i-manifest ko na lang in the introduction of, kung sakali man magkakaroon tayo ng legislation to effect no, itong mga sakali na papag-usapan yung paggawa ng mga polisiya, lalo-lalo na sa COA, na i-consider yung time frame, duration, no, ng mga reports ninyo kasi it might happen na ito kasi palagi kong sinasabi ito sa pagdinig, lalo na nga no, nag-start ito dun sa case namin sa Cagayan. It is a deterrent kasi kung mapabilis sana ang proseso natin, hindi na tayo aabot pa ng ganito eh. Palaging sinasabi ko, hindi titigil ang paglabag sa batas. Kung sakali, patayan, kung wala kang mahuli at walang makasuhan at walang masentensyahan, there's no deterrent anymore na gagawin ulit yan. So, ganun din dito sa mga paglabag na ito. And of course, i-ano ko na lang dito, Mr. Chair, na if I may suggest, no, para ito na yung mga COA auditors din, kasi nangyayari dito, with due respect sa inyo, auditor, no, and other auditors, no, kung talagang trabaho lang talaga ginagawa natin with no intent na madidelay ito, no, kailangan balang araw pag talaga yung very subjective ang pagiging cause of delay, dapat hold accountable din ang auditors at magkaroon din ng penalty. No, Mr. Chair, para maging deterrent din sa kanila. Kasi katulad nangyari sa public accounts, Mr. Chair, nagsabi yung in charge to submit all the reports on a particular date. Parang baliwala lang, natatawa pa sila na magsabi, di ba, Chairman Acop, no? Parang wala silang no sense of urgency, no sense of responsibility, kahit ma-delay na. Anong cost? So ito lang, Mr. Chair, sana po mabigyan din natin ng pansin ito at karampatang mga legislation. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Congressman Lara.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, the Honorable Vice Chairman Acop.
Yes, bago ko po makalimutan. Kanina po, nagkaroon po kayo ng manifestation regarding doon po sa hindi pag-undergo ng ating Vice President na mag-take ng oath. May I know if that is also a motion to see to it that such event will not become a precedent insofar as this or the committee hearings of this Congress are concerned.
That is the ruling of the chair.
So it becomes, shall we say, it has not changed our former rules and regulations.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify?
Yes, Mr. Tumawis of COA.
For the regular audit po, ang timeline po ng transmittal or submission ng report, annual audit report, which is September, end of the year. September of each year at after dun sa audit period. So for example po, for 2023 na annual audit report, dapat po ma-transmit po sa Congress, sa OP, and to the management of the OBP on or before September 2024.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next interpellator. Tapos na po tayo sa first round. Sa second round na po tayo, may isa lang pong nagmanifest. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro, the last interpellator.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarify ko lang sa auditor. So, kung ang confidential fund ay 2022. So, kailan siya dapat na nagpapasa ng audit report? Confidential fund.
Attorney Camora.
Used
Who will answer? Attorney
2022.
Camora. Attorney Camora, please reply.
Mr. Chair, ang confidential fund audit po ay hindi regular audit. So iba po yung sinasabi ni
Okay, so
Sir,
paano
na
po sa
timeline.
confidential funds?
Um,
Na nakasama din kasi siya doon sa GAA. O, nakasama siya na dinasta doon sa taon na yon. So paano yung submission ng confidential funds? Every quarter. Tama po ba?
Yes
So
po,
every
Mr.
quarter.
Chair.
So yung last quarter ng 2022, dapat na i-report, na i-submit na yung report by?
Wala pong timeline ang sa joint circular, Mr. Chair.
So kaya pala nung Mr. Chair, nung tinatanong ko to at in-expose natin ito, nang makabayan ito ng 2023 na budget, ay wala pa doon yung hindi pa sila nakapag-submit ng report. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So 2022, August 2023, wala pa yung audit report.
Ongoing na po nun yung audit pero wala pa po yung report.
Okay, ongoing na rin yung report. Pero nakapag-submit na sila ng report.
Ay, ng liquidation report, yes, Madam Chair.
Yung liquidation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, hawak ko ngayon yung notice of disallowance at saka yung accomplishment report ng Office of the Vice President. So, nakikita natin dito yung mga items. Merong 5 items dito, Mr. Chair. Dito sa accomplishment report, utilization of confidential and intelligence funds, submitted by Gina Acosta, Special Disbursing Officer, and approved by Sara Z. Duterte, the Vice President. Pero ito po ay pinirmahan din, sinertify ni Gina Acosta as Special Disbursing Officer, certified purpose of cash advance duly accomplished by Sara Z. Duterte, Vice President, certified supporting documents complete and proper, Chief Accountant Julieta L. Villa del Rey. So para alam po ninyo saan yung pinanggagalingan ng aking... Okay. So nakalagay po dito, Mr. Chair, nanggaling to sa Office of the President, period cover December 11 to December 31, 2022. So ang ibig sabihin niyan, 11 days yung utilization ng fund na 125. So nakalagay dito, total amount is 125 million. Okay, program, projects, activities per physical and financial plan, meron niyang annex kung ano yung mga activities niyan. Nakalagay dito, safe implementation of OBP initiatives and confidence building. Okay? Nakalagay dito rin ang second column, Mr. Chair, actual outcome and accomplishments. Surveillance and monitoring. Nakalagay dito, Mr. Chair, letter A, purchase of information, 14 million. Payment of reward, 10 million. Rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of the safe houses, 16 million. Letter D, purchase of supplies, 35 million. Letter E, provision of medical and food aid, 40 million. Letter F, payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations, 10 million. Conducted surveillance, Mr. Chair, 132 areas. Letter B, 100% implementation of activities without untoward security-related incidents. So, yung summary, amount of the period, December 21 to 31, 2022. Okay, isa-isahin natin, Mr. Chair. Dito sa notice of disallowance, based dito sa utilization, may binabanggit kasi dito, number 3, non-submission of the revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, Senate President, Speaker of the House as required by item 5211 of the JC. So, yung tinutukoy natin, yung JC 2015-1. Okay, non-submission of revised accomplishment. Ito yung accomplishment report. So, ano pa yung hinahanap yung revised accomplishment report?
Madam, Mr. Chair, hindi po yung accomplishment report ang hinahanap namin, kundi proof na they submitted this revised report dun sa 3 bodies po.
So mukhang mali yung inano nyo, no? Non-submission of revised accomplishment report.
Opo.
Hindi
Sa
pa
number 3
sinasubmit. By this time, eto ba?
Opo.
Kailan ba yon? August 8? By August 8, 2024, ibig sabihin, hindi pa sinasubmit yung accomplishment report. Revised accomplishment report.
Yung revised po, ang hindi pa po nila nasubmit.
Okay, ano ba yung revised accomplishment report?
Mr. Chair, ito po yung revised. Ang original po kasi nun, hindi naka-breakdown po yung expense
Okay,
accounts.
can you, Mr. Chair, may I ask the COA to submit the revised?
Mr. Chair, ito
Please.
na po yung revised, yung binasa niyo po kanina.
Ito na yung revised.
Opo.
Okay.
Yung isang kasama niya pong, dalawa po yung sinubmit namin dati. Yung first one na may whole amount na 125 million, yun pa yung original na submission nila.
Okay.
And then ito pong...
So yung binasa ko kanina, ito na yung revised.
Opo.
Okay, thank you. Kasi nalilito lang ako, baka meron pang iba pang mga revised. Okay, Mr. Chair, dito sa surveillance and monitoring, purchase of information, pasok ba yan sa JC?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
14 million. So, paano nyo masusukat itong paano nyo, ano ba yung sukatan ninyo nitong purchase of information relative to the success nung success noong mga activities and projects or whatever. Kasi 14 million yan. So ano yung sukatan ng COA para masabi na, kasi hindi nyo nilagay sa non-notice of disallowance eh. So ibig sabihin yan, pasok sa criteria ng JC or pasok sa criteria ng audit. So paano nyo nasabi na pasok yan doon sa JC?
Nakapag-submit po sila, Mr. Chair, ng acknowledgement receipts from the informants.
Okay, so ang ibig sabihin, certificate of payment. Parang nakapag-submit sila ng certificate of payment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so purchase of information, sino ang nakalagay dun sa certificate? I mean, may tao ba?
Yung mga
Yung pinagbilhan nila ng information, tao.
Yes po, Mr.
Ilan
Chair.
po yung tao na pinagbilhan ng information?
Marami po siya, Mr. Chair.
Ilan?
Hindi
Kung
po
inaudit
namin-
nyo to, alam nyo to.
Hindi po namin alam yung exact
Well,
number.
Mr. Chair, next meeting, kukuha natin yung number. Hindi naman natin kailangan kuhanin yung names. yung number lang, nitong binayaran nila ng pinagkuhanan nila ng impormasyon. Certificate of payment daw nakapag-submit daw po.
COA,
Kompleto.
please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Castro.
Noted po, Mr. Chair.
Kung
Thank you.
marami yan, hundreds ba yan, thousands ba yan, millions ba yan? Okay. Purchase of information. So tao din yung pinagbayaran. Anong pagkakaiba ng purchase of information sa pagbabayad ng reward?
Mr. Chair, based po dito sa joint circular, ang reward presupposes na nagkaroon po ng success yung information gathering. Kaya nagbigay po sila ng reward.
Tao din.
Tao din, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So
COA, pwede
payment,
pong pakilakas po ninyo.
tao din yung pinagbayaran nila ng reward.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So yung tao sa pinagbilhan nila ng information at saka yung payment nila ng reward, magkaiba?
Pwedeng magkaiba yan, Chair. Pwedeng magkaiba siya, pwedeng after ng information gathering, kung may success po na iba, pwede pong same. Pero as far as yung nakita po namin, magkaiba po sila.
Okay. I-submit din nila, Mr. Chair, kung ilan doon yung magkasama o the same, yung binayaran nila ng information, purchase of information, at saka binayaran nila ng reward, worth 10 million.
COA, please take note of the manifestation
Pero,
of Congresswoman
Noted po,
Castro.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, nilagay mo dito, notice of disallowance. Take note nilagay nyo dito, notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ang ibig sabihin, wala pa yan, hindi nyo pa masasabi na talagang nakapag-submit sila ng mga documents relative to this 10 million na payment of reward.
May particular document lang po kaming hinahanap, Mr. Chair.
Ano yon?
Ito po, yung document evidencing the success of the information.
Well, ito lagi na lang sinasabi, yung success. Ay sinabi nga dito, paano nyo ba masusukat yung success ng information na sinasabi nyo based doon sa sukatan ninyo sa pag-audit?
Minsan po...
Nakapunta ba kayo doon sa mga activities?
Minsan po may mga particular reports, kunwari sa media, or reports from other law enforcement agencies, ganun po. Kung
Okay,
ano
so
man
pakita
yung-
nyo rin sa akin yun. Mr. Chair, kuhanin din natin
Mr.
yun.
Chair-
Para
Mr. Chair,
malaman din natin kung
kasama-
talagang kasama yon doon sa...
COA?
Noted
Yes.
po, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Please take note of the manifestation.
Sinasabi dito, Mr. Chair, 105 activities out of 132 conducted surveillance areas attended by the Vice President and those conducted by all the offices during the period of December 13 to 31. Pwede bang, nakita niyo po ba ito? 105 activities attended by the Vice President.
Meron po sa accomplishment nila yung 132 areas po.
Yes, 132 areas. So, 105 doon, inatinan ni the Vice President. So, can you submit, Mr. Chair, yung 132 areas na yan?
COA, please take note of the
Yes, Mr. Chair.
manifestation. Congresswoman, you have...
Yes, Mr. Chair,
please wrap up your
konti na lang, Mr. Chair.
interpellation.
So, yung purchase of information, ito kina-question ka pa rin to, Mr. Chair, na pinayagan nila yan, yung payment of reward. Ito, nakalagay dito, Mr. Chair, provision of medical and food aid. Dito sa accomplishment report nila, provision for medical and food aid, which is 40 million. Pero ang nakalagay po dito sa notice of disallowance ninyo ay 34 million and 24 million, a total of 59,787,000. So may discrepancy po.
May part nun po kasi na hindi rewards, kundi regular supplies na ginamit po nila sa confidential operations.
So pwede po yung medical and food aid.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair.
ilagay nyo rin po yung pinayagan ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations. So, pwede ba yung incentives doon sa ating
Part po ng explanation nila na hindi po incentives yon, kundi transportation lang po, which is allowed naman po sa joint circular.
Okay, pero nakalagay sa report nila ay incentives. So pinayagan nyo yung buong 10 million. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so eto Mr. Chair. Sige, i-wrap up na natin. So ito Mr. Chair, merong purchase of information, tao yan, na makikita natin later on sa submission. Payment of reward, I'm assuming this is cash. Tapos nagbigay din ng reward, various goods, nagbigay din ng reward na medicines, various medicines, na ang ibig sabihin niyan, per day ay gumagasta sila ng 3.6 million a day para sa various goods. 2.26 million a day para doon sa reward. Considering na 11 days lang na ginamit itong mga amounts na ito. At kung titignan natin, Mr. Chair, makita natin talaga dito parang in 11 days walang pahinga, no? Even December 25, December 31 o 30 na walang pasok, talagang tuloy-tuloy yung ginagawang pagsa-surveillance. At di natin alam kung paano yon nagagawa. Okay, so yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Gusto natin makita talaga, kasi nakita natin dito, Mr. Chair, halimbawa yung report na yan ng accomplishment report at saka yung sinasabi dito na notice of disallowance, tingin ko meron pang dapat na i-disallow no? Kung hindi ito mabibigyan. At ito yung sinasabing mga 3,500 na tables, chairs, pwede bang malaman ilan ito, ilang tables, ilang chairs, ilang computers, itong 3.5 million?
Ang documents po namin is yung amounts po. So kung ilan yung number of tables or chairs, wala po kaming data nun.
So yun pa lang, Mr. Chair Pero, di ba, hindi talagang X na ito doon sa confidential. Kasi 3.5, di natin alam kung ano ba yan, binili ba talaga or gumamit lang sila ng mga tables nila sa mga opisina o pinorchase. So talagang may misuse ng funds. So yun na lang po, Mr. Chair, at itutuloy ko po yung aking interpellation doon sa mga nabanggit kong mga pangalan kanina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. Last interpellator, huling hirit na po, Congressman Jojo Lara. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up lang, nakalimutan ko lang. Relative dun sa binanggit ni Kong Castro, actually, sinabi ko kanina sa inyo, Madam, Mr. Chair, yung mga specifics and breakdown. Nung binabanggit ko itong mga disallowance at binabanggit nyo kasi kanina na hindi pa naman final ito, di ba? Na baka ma-justify ito or maging compliant sila. Di ba? Tama ba ako doon?
Tama po, Mr.
Tama,
Chair.
okay. Ngayon, doon sa 73,287,000 na na-disallowed, pag compliant o ma-justify, walang problema.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Pero eto na, once na hindi nila maging compliant, so ibig sabihin, ginamit ito for non-confidential expense. Tama?
Tama po.
So, ulitin ko, balikan ko lang yung issue ko kanina. Kung sakaling maging final with finality na ma-disallow ito at categorize not as a confidential fund, but a non-confidential fund, may posibilidad ba ito na ipa-account nyo lang at may paglabag ulit ito sa proseso kung in case dumaan ito o yung mga sinasabi natin kanina, procurement of goods, procurement of medicine, and of course, yung procurement ng office furnitures.
Mr. Chair, pag na-finalize na po yung notice of disallowance, kailan pong mag-settle nung mga liable persons na po?
So either ibabalik.
Ibabalik po talaga
Ibabalik
yun,
nila.
Mr. Chair.
Yun lang ang magiging recommendation. If ever maging
pag
final yan.
na-final na po,
Yes, if
Mr.
ever
Chair.
maging final, yun ang magiging recommendation.
Although, Mr. Chair, after pa ng COA, meron pa po silang...
Yes. Tama ka. Pero as far as COA is concerned, if with finality na non-compliant siya at hindi niya ma-justify, the recommendation will be, yung rekomendasyon nyo, ibabalik yung pera
Yes,
Tama?
Mr. Chair.
O, yun lang Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Any other matters?
In relation to the issue raised
Yes,
by the
Congressman Akop.
Honorable Lara.
Please proceed.
Pag nag-final yung notice of disallowance, restitution ang mangyayari. Di po ba?
Tama po.
But supposing there are laws of the land violated, ano po yung action ninyo? Kasi
Violations
marami
other-
kaming naimbestigan na nangyari. Nangyayaring ganun eh. So, if in the process of the conduct of your audit, you will find out that there are certain laws violated by the head of the agency, ano po yung recourse ninyo?
Is that in relation to the confidential funds pa rin po, Mr.
Kahit
Chair?
na anong pondo, when you conduct an audit,
Mr. Chair, in case of appeal of the notice of disallowance, the commission proper may refer or provide other sanctions. Like, for example, sir, Your Honor, the commission proper may refer it to the ombudsman for appropriate filing of the case,
Yes.
or may order to restitute the amount.
yeah, that is a
Disallowed?
matter of protocol
Yes.
for COA.
Yes.
It is a matter of protocol.
It's actually depends on the commission proper.
Yeah, kasi kung may
Mr.
violation
Chair.
of law, sinong magfa-file kung hindi nyo i-refer sa ombudsman or the appropriate agency? Yun po yung katanungan ko. If in the process of the conduct of your audit, you can see that there are violations of law, bakit
Yes,
magiging matter of course? Dapat it is mandatory on your part to refer it to the appropriate agency for investigation and the filing of the necessary cases.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
if I may add lang.
Oh, yes.
One point.
Last.
Yeah.
Congressman Jojo Lara.
Of course, yung other charges that goes with the disallowance, di ba? Kayo din magre-recommend doon? Or the commission ang magre-recommend?
Mr. Chair, the commission.
The commission will recommend yung charges kasi kayo magpa-file, di ba?
No, Mr. Chair. Recommendation to the appropriate agency like the ombudsman for the filing of the appropriate charges.
For the
Mr. Chair.
filing of appropriate charges.
Yes, Mr.
So it
Chair.
will be up to the ombudsman to determine. Sila bahala mag-determine kung anong mga charges?
Yes.
Basing dun sa findings nyo?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
last one point lang po.
Yes,
In
Congressman
relation to
Craps.
the query asked by Kong Akop, Chairman Akop, kasi yung unang narinig ko is May. Pero the cleaner niya, that's your mandate. So mandatory dapat. Di ba? That's mandatory. That the agency, the COA, should recommend to any quasi-judicial body. Di ba? Or doon sa regular court. Di ba? Kung depende po sa COA, but mandatory dapat yan, di ba?
Mr. Chair, usually kasi pag violation of laws, talaga pong nire-refer namin yan sa Office of the Ombudsman.
Ang tanong kasi, Chairman ako, any violation of laws. So, mandatory yan for the COA to recommend.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba? Well, in fact, if there are cases filed in the Ombudsman, mandatory din kayo na dapat i-submit all those findings as supplemental evidence with regards to the case, di ba?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
It is not may, but they are mandatory.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
there are certain officials that should be invited in the next hearing, DepEd officials. I would like to move to include the former chairman of the Bids and Awards Committee, Attorney Limuel G. Antonio, or Tonyo, and other officials competent to answer questions on the agency's budget. as well as the bid documents for computers purchased from 2022 to 2024, August 31, 2024, and teachers as well who are actually end users. So move, Mr. Chair.
The motion is duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Meron pa po bang matters na gusto pong i-discuss? Kung wala na po,
Sir, motion to suspend.
yes. Is there any second?
Second,
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the hearing is now suspended.